Chapter 1429. After the two entered the water, Ji Mingming's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Uncle Chen, look, there really is a black fire lotus at the bottom of the lake. The black fire lotus was really too easy to recognize. It looked like a lotus, but it was like a black flame that was constantly burning. It really is a black fire lotus. I'll go get it. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen was also very surprised. He thought that this trip to the black volcano would end in failure, but now it seemed that the heavens had not abandoned them. However, just as he was about to take the black fire lotus, a figure flashed in front of him. It's the last one. Ling Xiao took the black fire lotus and directly stored it in the mountain river world, raising it in the black lake. In this way, not only would the black fire lotus be more effective, but it would also not wither. It's you, the middle-aged man surnamed Chun, and Ji Mengmeng shouted almost at the same time. Oh, it's you. Ling Xiao really did not pay attention to the two people just now. All his attention was focused on searching for the black fire lotus. He did not leave any of the 30 black fire lotuses behind. In addition to the original 70 black fire lotuses, there were a total of 100 black fire lotuses. The harvest this time was really not small. Kid, hand over the black fire lotus just now. We found it first. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen said angrily. Just as his hope was about to be fulfilled, it was suddenly robbed by Ling Xiao. How could he explain it to Ji Mengmeng? The expression on his old face was not very good. What a joke! This lake was found by those experts just now, but now they have already become corpses. Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged man with disdain. He turned around and was about to leave. Since he had obtained the black fire lotus, he had nothing else to do here. As for the lake, whoever wanted to fight for it could go ahead. The news of the lake's appearance should have spread out by now. On the Sacred Dynasties Island, there were special envoys from the other 4 islands, as well as the envoys from the 7 Martial Sect Island and the 2 empires. These people would definitely pass the news to their respective forces and even organize people to seize the lake. After all, this lake was a true land of treasures. Whoever obtained it would have a qualitative breakthrough in strength for the entire faction. Ling Xiao didn't want to provoke this kind of trouble. He had already done what he needed to do, so returning to the Divine Phoenix Empire and properly cultivating was the right thing to do. However, even if he wanted to leave, the middle-aged man surnamed Chen wouldn't let him. The middle-aged man blocked Ling Xiao's path and said coldly, I don't care who you are, but you must give me this black fire lotus. Is your face big? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Uncle Chun, don't be rough. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to attack, Ji Mengmeng hurriedly shouted. But, young miss, this person is too hateful. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen was very clear about the importance of this black fire lotus to Ji Mengmeng, so he really did not want to give up. Ji Mengmeng shook her head and said, Uncle Chen, we can't be like those people who plotted against my brother. If we bully the weak just because we are strong, then what's the difference between us and those people? But isn't he going to save your brother? The middle-aged man surnamed Chen said anxiously. The lake is so big, it's impossible for him to pluck all of the black fire lotuses. If we hurry up and search, we can still find them. Ji Mengmeng said. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. If the other party was aggressive towards him, he could turn around and leave without hesitation. Now that this little girl was so innocent, if he took all of the black fire lotuses, he would feel like he was committing a crime. But to ask him to give the other party a black fire lotus for free, he couldn't do it. After all, he wasn't a saint. I still have to thank young hero for your reminder. As expected, those people did not have good intentions towards me. Ji Mengmeng was really a person who remembered kindness. Ling Xiao reminded her before, and she actually didn't forget until now. Aya, seeing how obedient and well-behaved you are, I really can't bear to reject you. However, I've only met you by chance and have no relationship with you. How about this? If you want the Black Fire Lotus, you'll have to pay a price. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said, Is it really okay? Young hero, please say it. Even if I have to pay with my life, I will not hesitate. Ji Mengmeng said hurriedly. She just said that she wanted to find other black fire lotuses, but that was just to comfort herself. How could such a precious thing be so easy to find? Moreover, there were more and more warriors in the lake, and a treasure like the Black Fire Lotus would definitely attract the attention of these people. The reason why no one had discovered it was probably because there really wasn't any left. Now, that Ling Xiao said that it was okay to exchange. She was of course willing. Perhaps to others, the Black Fire Lotus was just a precious herb, but to her, the Black Fire Lotus was her brother's life. Miss, you are crazy. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen was really afraid that Ling Xiao would make an unreasonable request, so he was a little nervous. Uncle Chen, don't worry about me. For my brother, I am willing to give up everything, including being a slave, a maid, and even my life. Ji Mengmeng shook her head and said, her eyes were filled with determination. Don't worry, I am not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. I just don't want to give away a treasure for nothing. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Do you have anything that is as valuable as the Black Fire Lotus? Let me see. Ji Mengmeng thought for a while and showed 4 things. The first item was a priceless jade. It was worth more than 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained in it was also equivalent to 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The second was a martial arts secret book, the Ji family's secret dragon sword skill. Its value was not lower than the jade stone, and it was even more valuable for warriors who urgently needed martial arts secret books. Moreover, this was a medium jade grade martial art, which was absolutely suitable for Grotto Heaven realm warriors to practice. The third was a magic weapon. This magic weapon was also of a high grade. It was a mortal grade spiritual weapon, the Flame Umbrella. It could release a terrifying flame to burn the enemy. The fourth was Ji Mingming's martial spirit. This little girl really did not want to live anymore. She even offered her martial spirit as the price. Ling Xiao was not lacking in spirit stones. Although the jade stone was worth more than 100,000 medium spiritual stones, it was not enough to attract him. The dragon sword skill was not bad. Ling Xiao's light shadow profound meaning. The dark sword field, the light sword field, and the sun moon sword field were powerful, but their attacks were too simple. Ling Xiao had been thinking of ways to strengthen the power of the sword field. The dragon sword skill was a secret martial art of the Ji family. It should be very suitable for the sword field that he comprehended from the human king's notes. Thinking of this, he said, I'll give you the Black Fire Lotus. Give me the dragon sword skill. Hearing this, the middle-aged man surnamed Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Although the dragon sword skill was a secret, there were no Ji family members here. Only he saw it. As long as no one said anything, who would know? It was better than Ji Mengmeng paying with her life. Although this result was not the best, it was not bad. Chapter 1430. The two exchanged pleasantly. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Now that you've obtained the Black Fire Lotus, you'd better leave quickly. This is not a good place, especially since you're from the Ji family. With that, he turned and left. I didn't expect this person to be such a sentimental person. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen sighed. Uncle Chen, I know that there are a lot of bad people in the mystic world, but since this person was able to hint to me to be careful of the guards, it shows that he's not a bad person. That's why I didn't let you do anything. Young Miss is right. I was too impulsive. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen smiled bitterly. That's not all. This person's strength is probably stronger than Uncle Chun. Once you fight, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. There's no need to offend such a powerhouse. Ji Mengmeng shook her head and said, All right, Uncle Chun, let's get ready to leave. Wait. Ji Mengmeng, who was just about to leave, suddenly found that Ling Xiao was surrounded by people, and the people surrounding Ling Xiao were her guards. That person is in danger, Ji Mengmeng said. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, she had more than a dozen guards, 5 of which were Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Even if Ling Xiao was strong, 2 fists were no match for 4. Facing these people, how could he have a chance of winning? Young miss, it's better not to meddle in such trivial matters. The middle-aged man, surnamed Chen, frowned. Uncle Chen, don't forget, that person has helped me twice. If he doesn't want to exchange for the black fire lotus, we can't do anything. Ji Mengmeng shook her head. All right, we'll do as young miss says. The middle-aged man, surnamed Chen, was truly loyal to Ji Mengmeng. Although he didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao, he was still willing to help Ling Xiao for Ji Mengmeng. The few of you, don't go overboard. Although you all have people supporting you from the back, and it's the Ji family, don't forget your status. In the end, you're just servants. If you really annoy the young miss, your master can throw you away at any time. The middle-aged man, surnamed Chun, walked over and said to the guards, Chun, mind your own business. This brat killed our brothers. He must die today. A Grotto Heaven realm expert among the guards snorted coldly. Don't forget that we still have something on you. Do you really want to die? It would appear that you all are truly planning to attack. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Although he knew that doing so could lead to danger, he had no choice but to obey the young lady's orders. He pulled out the long saber from the scabbard. Cold light flashed, and killing intent erupted. Good. Chin, you've got guts. Everyone, listen up. That girl is one of the Grotto Heaven realm guards shouted at the crowd. However, before he could finish his sentence, his head had already been removed. The middle-aged man, surnamed Chun, and Ji Mengmeng looked at this scene in shock, unable to accept it. Ling Zhao's strength had far exceeded their expectations. The guard that was killed was a second Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He had actually been killed with a single strike. While they were still in shock, Ling Zhao's hands were not idle. His figure flickered as he shuttled through the crowd like a reaping ghost. In just a few moments, only one of the dozen guards was left, and this person was protected by an expert behind him. Brat, even if they deserve to die, you should wait until they finish speaking before killing them. Why are you in such a hurry? The expert was in his 30s. He had a black birthmark on his face. He looked ugly, but his cultivation was very strong. A 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was definitely one of the stronger ones among the tens of thousands of martial artists. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Brat, don't be so shameless. I'm talking to you because I think highly of you. Don't think that you're so strong. The man with the birthmark snorted. I'll say it again. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao did not want to make enemies for no reason, but if this person insisted on stopping him from killing that guard, then he would be sorry. Those guards wanted to kill him, so he naturally had to fight back. There was nothing to say. You can try it today. The man with the birthmark's face darkened. Ignorant. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at the man with the birthmark. While he was still standing in place, a shadow sword had already pierced the guard's throat. I told you to get out of my way, but you didn't listen. You deserve to be humiliated. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Little bastard, you dare not give me face? You're courting death. As a 4th Grotto Heaven realm expert, Nan Xiong had never been humiliated like this. The people he wanted to protect had never been killed. Of course, that was because he never protected people he could not protect. But today, this brat had killed the person he wanted to protect in front of him. This was not giving him face at all. Lord Nan, this brat seems to be the one who killed the fifth master at Spectre Mountain Villa. A martial artist behind Nan Xiong recognized Ling Xiao. Really? Absolutely. Bald Eagle. And the two elders of the volcano know it. Nan Xiong glanced at the bald man and the old couple. The two elders of the volcano hesitated. The old man smiled and said, "We're old and our eyesight is a little blurry. Our memory isn't very good either. So we didn't see clearly. Sorry." Two cunning old fools. Nan Xiong cursed. Nan Xiong cursed inwardly. He knew that the two of them definitely knew the truth. They just didn't want to say it. However, Bald Eagle was more cooperative. He nodded and said, "Lord Nan, this brat really did kill the fifth master of the whale sect. I was there at the time. This brat took a large number of sword-intent wandering souls for himself. He was both wary and jealous of Ling Xiao. Before, he had been alone, so he hadn't dared to provoke Ling Xiao. But things were different now. He had Nan Xiong and a large group of people from the whale sect backing him up. Moreover, he was a fifth Grotto Heaven realm cultivator. Why should he be afraid of this brat? As soon as Bald Eagle finished speaking, he felt a chill run down his spine. A bone-chilling aura began to grow in his body. He turned his head and saw that Ling Xiao was looking at him indifferently, his eyes filled with killing intent. This caused him to feel a bit of panic in his heart. But after thinking about it, he realized that there were so many people here. What was there to be afraid of? "Brat, you've offended the whale sect. You're dead for sure. How dare you look at me like that? Do you want to die?" Bald Eagle roared. He felt like he was putting on a tough front, but he was actually a coward. If he didn't shout, he would probably be trembling with fear. Therefore, he had to vent his emotions. "Lord Nan, I just saw this brat at the bottom of the lake. I don't know what he was doing, but he picked something that looked like a black lotus." Someone else suddenly said. They had been so focused on taking up space to cultivate that they hadn't thought about the treasures at the bottom of the lake. Now that they heard it, they found it strange. Although he didn't know what it was if he said it out loud, perhaps others would know. Black fire lotus. Brat, you actually found a black fire lotus. The greed in Nan Xiong's eyes deepened. Chapter 1431. It wasn't just Nan Xiong. Many of the onlookers had the same expression. The value of the black fire lotus was probably no less precious than cultivating in this lake. Powerful auras instantly rushed towards Ling Xiao, pressuring Ling Xiao in an attempt to force Ling Xiao to submit. Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. There were hundreds of Grotto Heaven realm martial artists here. Although most of them had just broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm, there were still more than a dozen martial artists who had reached the third Grotto Heaven realm or higher. Did they really think he would submit just because these people were pressuring him together? He chuckled and said, "There are only 3 black fire lotuses. There are so many of you. Who am I supposed to give them to?" His words immediately caused the powerful Grotto Heaven realm martial artists to develop animosity. Although they didn't say anything on the surface, they began to be wary of each other. In their opinion, Ling Xiao was nothing. Wouldn't it be easy to force this kid to hand over the black fire lotuses? The problem was that there were more than a dozen martial artists who had reached the third Grotto Heaven realm or higher. 3 black fire lotuses weren't enough. All 3 black fire lotuses belong to our giant whale sect. Whoever dares to snatch them will be our enemy. Nan Xiong said coldly. "Nan Xiong, are you an idiot? The black fire, lotus, is such a precious treasure. Do you really want to use the giant whale sect to pressure us? We even killed the experts of the Immortal Island. Your giant whale sect is nothing. A fifth grotto heaven realm martial artist sneered at Nan Xiong, not giving the giant whale sect any face. Nan Xiong frowned, but didn't say anything. This person was right. The sacred dynasty's Immortal Island was much more powerful than the giant whale sect. They even dared to provoke the G family of the Immortal Island. What were they? Everyone, don't let that kid drive a wedge between us. He definitely has more than 3 black fire lotuses. Let's snatch them first. As for how to divide them, we can discuss it later. Although Bald Eagle was a coward, he wasn't stupid. He immediately saw through Ling Zhao's attempt to drive a wedge between them. That's right. Kid, it's easy to live. Leave your storage ring and get out of here. Nan Xiong yelled at Ling Xiao as he came back to his senses. He didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao now. After all, Ling Xiao was able to kill the giant whale sect's 5th young master. His strength was definitely not weak, and he was weaker than the 5th young master. If they were to fight now, he would definitely be injured. Once he was injured, all the good things would be snatched away by others, and he would not be able to get anything. That's right, Bald Eagle said with a cold smile. You're young, and it's not easy for you to cultivate. You should leave your things behind and scram. Don't say that us elders bullied you. He could be considered calm and composed now. As long as there was no internal strife on their side, Ling Xiao, a small fish, would not be able to overturn the situation. What if I don't? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and asked in return. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We told you to scram because we are honoring the virtues of the heavens. That's why we are willing to let you go. If you want to die, each of these people here can drown you with their saliva. Nan Xiong sneered. Although he didn't think that Ling Xiao was easy to deal with, they had so many people on their side. How could they be afraid of a kid like him? Therefore, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Haha, so you're giving me face by robbing me. Ling Xiao smiled mockingly. I'm not afraid to tell you that although I'm a little afraid of all of you attacking me together, I can guarantee that before I die, I'll take at least 12 people with me. Whoever moves first, I'll kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying killing sword intent suddenly erupted from Ling Zhao's body. The sword intent soared into the sky, terrifying to the extreme. No wonder. I didn't expect you to be a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. No wonder you're so arrogant. But with your cultivation, you can't escape death. Nan Xiong frowned. He finally understood why the 5th master was killed. This kid was not a weakling. If he launched a sneak attack, even the 5th master would have a high chance of being killed. Ling Zhao's face was indifferent. He felt that there was no need to talk nonsense with these people. If he wanted to intimidate them, he had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He had to kill 1 or 2 masters quickly. In this way, these people would be afraid of him and wouldn't dare to be his enemy. He chose Nan Xiong and Bald Mountain Eagle for these 2 chickens. Nan Xiong was a member of the giant whale sect and had a deadly feud with him. Moreover, he was the one who had made things difficult for him first. Killing him wasn't wrong at all. As for Bald Mountain Eagle, he had at least released the wandering souls with sword intent for him to capture at the Mansion of Spirits. He didn't expect that this guy would betray him. In this case, he wouldn't be innocent if he killed him. After choosing the chicken to warn the monkey, Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye rotated, and a sword emerged from the void above his head. It was a killing sword. Sword Spirit's eye, killing sword. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used a sword formed purely by sword intent to kill someone. The stronger the sword intent, the stronger the sword spirit. Why is this killing intent so familiar? Is he the master cultivating at the black volcano? Ji Mengmeng looked on in horror, not daring to believe what she was seeing. She'd thought that Ling Xiao would be in danger, so she'd asked Qin for help. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao wasn't the one in danger. Ling Xiao had survived the black volcano's explosion. Although she didn't know how he'd done it, Ji Mengmeng believed that Ling Xiao's strength was beyond her expectations. How dare these people tell Ling Xiao to scram? How dare they try to steal Ling Xiao's things? It was as if a little rabbit had stopped a fierce tiger and was boasting shamelessly. Nan Xiong's frown deepened. He could sense how frightening Ling Xiao's sword intent was, and how much pressure it exerted on him. Bald Mountain Eagle, let's kill him together. At this moment, Nan Xiong couldn't care less about his reputation. If he were to encounter a sailboat in the gutter, he'd really die. Thus, he might as well join forces with Bald Mountain Eagle. If he were to lose face, then so be it. As long as he survived, there was nothing wrong with that. All right. This time, Bald Mountain Eagle didn't refuse. Back at the Mansion of Spirits, he hadn't agreed to join forces with Green Hair to deal with Ling Xiao. But now he had no choice. He knew that he'd offended Ling Xiao completely. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he'd be the one to be killed. Hee kid, you asked for it. Terrifying elemental energy exploded from Nan Xiong's body. Behind him, the shadow of a giant brown bear suddenly appeared, letting out a terrifying roar. Although an animal type, martial soul, didn't look that flashy, it was very difficult to deal with in battle. That's right, we told you to scram, but you didn't. Now die. Don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Bald Mountain Eagle also released a terrifying aura. Behind him, the shadow of a giant bald eagle appeared. It was also an animal type, martial soul. A brown bear and a bald eagle. Both were ferocious martial souls. One was at the fourth, and the other was at the fifth Grotto Heaven realm. Their cultivations were much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Now, they wanted to join forces to kill Ling Xiao. Chapter 1432. Nan Xiong and Bald Mountain Eagle summoned their martial spirits as soon as they attacked. Clearly, they did not want to give Ling Xiao the slightest chance. Kill! Nan Xiong and Bald Mountain Eagle leapt up almost at the same time. Nan Xiong's body was like a small mountain as he crashed into Ling Xiao. The space was distorted by the collision, and the surrounding warriors all moved out of the way. Bald Mountain Eagle was like a huge bird of prey. He stretched out his claws in the air and grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. Sword, come! With a soft cry, the sword of slaughter hanging above his head flew into Ling Xiao's hand, releasing a terrifying sword essence. Ling Xiao still stood there, coldly looking at the two people flying towards him. He had seen too many one-on-two situations like this. He could not pay attention to both of them. He only needed to focus on one of them and attack fiercely. That would be enough. With his movement technique, it was not too difficult to dodge the other person's attack. The sword was blood-red and slender, as if it had been dyed red by blood. All the warriors were attracted by the sword, as if it had a magical power. However, Bald Mountain Eagle and Nan Xiong smiled disdainfully at almost the same time. It was just a sword, not a dazzling move. Did he want to kill them with sword essence? That was ridiculous. Most of the onlookers were also very disappointed by Ling Xiao's response. Facing two such powerful opponents, he actually used an illusory sword condensed from sword essence instead of a real weapon. Was this really okay? It seemed that Ling Xiao could not compare to Nan Xiong and Bald Mountain Eagle, whether in strength or experience, even though they were both Grotto Heaven realm warriors. Ji Mingming's heart became nervous again. She could not see through Ling Xiao. She really could not see through his thoughts. She could only pray for Ling Xiao in her heart. However, on the field, Ling Xiao maintained the same posture, holding the sword of slaughter and pointing it forward. He turned a deaf ear to the discussions of the outside world. Blood seemed to drip from the sword. A strong killing intent continued to brew at the tip of the sword. Only Ling Xiao knew how terrifying the scene would be when this sword was released. "I'll destroy you." Finally, the southern bear and bald mountain eagle approached Ling Xiao at almost the same time. However, the cowardly bald eagle was still a beat too slow. Although it wasn't obvious, for Ling Xiao, it was enough to turn the tables. The huge brown bear-like body slammed into Ling Xiao. Bald mountain eagle's sharp eagle claws arrived soon after. But at that moment, a red light shot out from the blood-red sword of slaughter, heading straight for Nan Xiong. The red light instantly hit Zhongnan Xiong. Nothing happened. The terrified Nan Xiong suddenly realized that he was completely fine. He didn't feel any discomfort. Stop pretending. His body, which had stopped for a moment, rushed forward again. The corners of Ling Xiao's lips curled up into a smile. Poof! A moment later, Nan Xiong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood together with pieces of his internal organs. Bald Eagle jumped in fright. He didn't choose to continue attacking. Instead, he turned around and tried to flee. Although he didn't know what had happened when Nan Xiong suddenly became like this, he knew that the problem was with Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was that red light that had seriously injured Nan Xiong. That was indeed the case. The red light was condensed with dense slaughter sword intent. It entered Nan Xiong's body and then suddenly exploded. Nan Xiong had been careless and used all his energy to deal with Ling Xiao. He didn't pay attention to the red light at all, which allowed the terrifying slaughter sword intent to sweep through his body and destroy his internal organs in an instant. He regretted it. If he had paid attention to it earlier, if he had wrapped his internal organs with his soul power, even if he was injured, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. No, I can't accept this. Nan Xiong, a fourth Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, was dead. Ling Xiao didn't even move. He killed Nan Xiong with just a flash of sword intent. Nan Xiong arrogantly looked down on Ling Xiao's sword intent, thinking that it couldn't kill people. But Ling Xiao was going to kill him, and he was going to kill Nan Xiong himself. It was not until the moment before his death that Nan Xiong regretted it. If someone could kill the fifth master, he could also kill him. Bald Mountain Eagle had already fled hundreds of meters away. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with disdain. The slaughter sword suddenly flew out of his hand. He had already learned how to control the sword when he was in the martial vein realm. Moreover, the slaughter sword was condensed with slaughter sword intent. It could be controlled with soul power, which was much more convenient than ordinary sword control. Puff! Bald Mountain Eagle's heart was pierced in the back in midair, and then he fell heavily to the ground. If he hadn't fled and fought Ling Xiao face to face, he might not have died so quickly. But choosing to flee meant that he had given up resisting, leaving a huge flaw to Ling Xiao. If he didn't die, who would? Bang! His body fell into the lake, splashing huge waves. Bald Mountain Eagle, the fifth Grotto Heaven Realm, was dead. An illusory sword, 2 attacks, killed 2 Grotto Heaven Realm experts. Ling Xiao's strength had clearly intimidated everyone. The effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey had been achieved. Who else wants to die with me? Ling Xiao looked around, his cold eyes filled with contempt. The group of people who had been clamoring for him to scram and leave the treasure behind now seemed to have their mouths sealed. They didn't dare to speak. Is there anyone else who wants me to stay? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Still, no one said a word. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying. If there's no one else, then I'm leaving. Ling Xiao turned to look at Ji Mingming and said, "Let's leave together. This is not a place to stay for long. The forces of the sacred dynasty on the enchanted island will probably come one after another. Although this lake is big, without the backing of a powerful sect, there is no way to stay." He was grateful that Ji Mingming was willing to let the middle-aged man surnamed Chen help him, so he was willing to take them with him. Just take it as a convenience. At this time, he could already sense countless experts in the distance, and even powerful beasts lurking in the primitive forest were rushing over. This place would soon become a place of conflict. "Stop. You can leave, but she has to stay." Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, a voice rang out. "Are you the one who said that?" Ling Xiao turned to look in the direction of the voice. It was a man dressed in a large red robe. He looked majestic and domineering. This person had been silent, but now that he had suddenly spoken, it seemed that he had seen through Ji Mingming's identity. "That's right, it's me." The man in red indifferently said, "I'm not interested in your black fire lotus, nor do I want to provoke you, but you can't take that girl away. She's a member of the Ji clan. We killed so many people from the Ji clan just now, so we have to take her as a hostage." "What? She's actually a girl from the Ji clan. Then she can't leave." "That's right. She's a very good hostage. If we really get into trouble with the Ji clan, she can definitely save our lives." "She can't leave. We can't let her go." Chapter 1433. Ji Mingming's face turned pale as she listened to the clamor. She and Ling Xiao did not know each other before they met at the Black Volcano, although Ling Xiao could help her and trade for the Black Fire Lotus with her. But he would never risk his life for her. "What if I don't?" Ling Xiao glanced at the red-robed man and asked. Hearing this, the red-robed man frowned, while Ji Mingming was overjoyed. She did not understand why Ling Xiao was willing to risk his life to save her. However, in Ling Xiao's view, he was the one who said that he wanted to take Ji Mingming away. If others stopped him, it meant that they wanted to be his enemy. In that case, if he gave up on Ji Mingming, wouldn't it mean that he was scared? What's more, in the face of these rotten onions, it was not necessary to risk his life. Saving her was just a matter of convenience. He just liked Ji Mingming. He just wanted to take her away. Why couldn't he do things according to his heart? What's more, the red-robed man and others had forced him to give up the Black Fire Lotus and get lost, but they did not attack. So he did not intend to trouble the red-robed man. But now that the red-robed man suddenly came to find trouble with him, could he be obedient like a grandson? "If you don't keep her, you may die," the red-robed man said lightly from his casual tone. It was obvious that he did not take Ling Xiao seriously. Even if Ling Xiao killed Nanxiong and Bald Mountain Eagle, he was still so confident, which meant that he was stronger than the two. "You?" Ling Xiao laughed. "Yes, me." The red-robed man said lightly, "I'll give you a chance. You can leave, but she can't." "Ha ha. Unfortunately, I don't like other people's charity." Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. "If you want to fight, then do it. I guarantee that you will end up like Nanxiong and Bald Mountain Eagle. It seems that you really want to die. Is it worth it for an irrelevant woman?" The red-robed man said sarcastically, "She was willing to help me when I was in the most dangerous situation. Just because of this, I can't let her die today." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, his body flashed, and a sword light broke through the air, shooting towards the red-robed man. Boom! The red-robed man didn't know what to do. He just struck out with a single palm, and the terrifying palm energy instantly shattered the sword light. Then it continued to move forward, attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's figure flickered as he dodged the attack. However, the surface of the lake where he stood suddenly exploded, setting off waves that were over 10 meters high. What a powerful palm! Ling Xiao smiled. It's good that you know. Nan Xiong was just a brute, and Bald Eagle was a coward. It's not a big deal that you killed them. Red Robe said indifferently, I know you are very strong. Even I would need at least 100 moves to defeat you. But in the end, you won't be my match. Young hero, you should leave. They just want to take me as a hostage. They won't kill me. As long as the Ji family comes, I'll be fine. Ji Mingming's eyes were filled with tears. From the day she was born until today, other than her crazy brother, no one else was willing to risk their lives to protect her. Even her Uncle Qin was just following orders and didn't really care about her. Ji Mingming was actually satisfied to have met such a person. Moreover, she knew that the red-robed man wouldn't kill her, so she said that she didn't want Ling Xiao to die because of her. Girl, you're too emotional. Now that you've said that, I can't leave. If I leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace for the rest of my life. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was most afraid of people who treated him extremely well, but today he had encountered one. Originally, he really didn't plan to risk his life. If he encountered something that he couldn't solve, he would definitely run. He could only blame Ji Mingming's bad luck. But Ji Mingming's words made him suddenly feel that he was very inhumane. A martial artist is actually so emotional. You're destined to die because of your emotions. The red-robed man said coldly, I'll say it again. If you don't leave, you'll die. I only let you have one move, and you're really so arrogant. You should be a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm Warrior. If you were a 6th Grotto Heaven Realm Warrior, I would be a little afraid. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao looked at the red-robed man again, and suddenly released a terrifying sword intent. This time, what was released was the sword intent of destruction. Ling Xiao wasn't just fighting, he was also testing his moves. Previously, he had used the sword of massacre to kill Nan Xiong and Bald Mountain Eagle. This time, he was going to use the sword of destruction. The huge sword of destruction required 2 hands to hold. The wide blade was as wide as Ling Xiao's body. With just a swing, sand and pebbles were sent flying. The movement was very loud. The sword of destruction, annihilation. Holding the sword of destruction, Ling Xiao stepped forward. The huge blade was so light in his hand. The air was pierced by the huge sword, and a tearing sound was heard. The red-robed man just stood there indifferently and didn't move. When Ling Xiao approached, a blood-red long saber suddenly appeared in his hand and then met the sword of destruction. Clang! The deafening sound quickly spread throughout the black water lake. On the lake, with Ling Xiao and the red-robed man as the center, terrifying waves rolled to the shore. Many warriors were scared and fled. The sword and saber clashed, but couldn't move an inch. Young man, you're really powerful to force me to use my weapon, but you're still too conceited. The red-robed man smiled coldly and said, You didn't have to die and had a bright future, but today you must die. As he spoke, a huge shadow of a bat appeared behind the red-robed man. The bat showed 2 colors, red and black. Then it quickly collapsed and turned into thousands of small bats, biting at Ling Xiao. Interesting martial soul, but it's useless. Ling Xiao's body suddenly burst with a blazing light. Red sun feather coat. Flames surged and light radiated in all directions. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to be wearing clothes interwoven with the surface of the sun. The moment the countless bats got close to Ling Xiao, they were completely evaporated and destroyed by the high temperature. The red sun feather raiment was the first light ultimacy that Ling Xiao comprehended, but with the breakthrough of his cultivation, The power of the red sun feather raiment increased day by day. Just now, when Ling Xiao used the red sun feather raiment, he felt that part of the power of the immemorial golden crow in the mountain river world was extracted, making the red sun feather raiment look like the golden crow. What's going on? The red-robed man was shocked by Ling Xiao's red sun feather raiment. He hurriedly withdrew his martial soul, but he didn't expect the sword of destruction in Ling Xiao's hand to suddenly exert force. Crack! The blood-red broadsword in his hand was actually split into two halves by the sword. The red-robed man was so scared that he quickly retreated hundreds of meters away. But even so, the terrifying sword essence of destruction still left a terrible wound on his chest. Terrifying. How can this kid be so strong? The red-robed man was scared. Chapter 1434. The reason why the red-robed man dared to stop Ling Xiao was because he felt that he could defeat Ling Xiao. But now, it seemed that it was just his wishful thinking. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his expectations. He was lucky to be able to keep his life. Now, he didn't dare to ask Ling Xiao to keep Ji Mengmeng. What a joke. That was simply gambling with his life. Do you think you dodged it? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded in his ears. The sword of destruction has the most terrifying sword intent of destruction, enough to destroy everything. Once injured by the sword of destruction, there is no chance of survival. The red-robed man was about to speak when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. The wound on his chest grew bigger again. This time, it directly penetrated his body and destroyed his grotto heaven. No, I hate it. The red-robed man didn't understand until he died. He had only attacked a young man who looked less than 20 years old. How could he die so miserably? I've said it before. I'll take whoever I want. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous, causing everyone who heard it to shudder involuntarily. The fifth grotto heaven, realm warrior, the red-robed man, was dead. Everything seemed to be so simple and so fast. In just a moment, the number of grotto heaven realm warriors who had died at Ling Xiao's hands had reached 3. In addition to Ji Mingming's useless guards, he had killed at least 7 or 8 grotto heaven realm warriors. Now, does anyone still want her to stay? Ling Xiao coldly looked at the remaining people and asked with a cold smile on his face. No one said a word. Ling Xiao's strength had proven to everyone that he had the ability to take anyone away. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound from the horizon. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect to be delayed by the red-robed man. It wouldn't be easy to leave now. Not good. The Ji family of the Immortal Island is here. Let's go. There were many people here who had participated in the operation to kill the Ji family's experts. Although he had killed to his heart's content out of greed, just now, he had killed to his heart's content. But after calming down, they felt fear. That was the Ji family of the Immortal Island. If he was really caught, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Even those who didn't make a move would still be killed. The 5 Immortals Island had the same style. They would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let go of someone who dared to challenge them. We can't leave. Ling Xiao sighed. He could feel that his surroundings were blocked by powerful martial artists using a movement array formation. Even if he wanted to break this formation, it would take him about 15 minutes. It would be even worse for others. Master, I'll have to trouble you to help me break the formation. I'll buy some time. Ling Xiao said to the Yuan venerate within his body. Don't worry, I'll use your source soul to release it first. That way, my soul won't scatter. Yuan venerate said. All right. Ling Xiao had no intention of becoming enemies with the Ji family of the Immortal Island. After all, this was a monster stronger than the Divine Phoenix Empire. There would definitely be an Yin Yang realm martial artist overseeing it. Don't kill me. I didn't do anything. Suddenly, the martial artists who had chosen to escape turned into corpses and were thrown back. All the martial artists kept quiet out of fear. Do you think you can leave so easily after killing the people of the G family? Do you think that the G family of the Immortal Island is a sick cat just because the tiger doesn't show its might? As the voice was heard, a young man in purple and gold armor with a mighty appearance appeared before everyone. He stood in the void and held a long spear in his hand. He was dressed in martial attire and looked exceptionally mighty. He simply looked like a god of war. It's actually him. Oh no. Ji Meng Meng, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, looked worried when she saw this person. Who is he? What's going on? Ling Xiao asked. The Ji family of the Immortal Island has a total of 3 branches. My brother and I belong to the second branch, and this guy is Ji Ying from the main branch. He's only 25 years old, but he's already a martial artist at the peak of the 5th Grotto Heaven realm. His martial attire is a mortal-grade spirit artifact. Even if he's facing a 6th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, he won't show any weakness. Ji Mengmeng explained. Moreover, this person has always believed that those who obey him will prosper, and those who oppose him will perish. My brother was assassinated because he was unwilling to wallow in the mire with the main branch. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. He seemed to understand. This Ji Ying would not only not save Ji Mengmeng, he might even deliberately kill her. Young Mastering, leave this small matter to me. I'll definitely handle it beautifully for you. At this moment, a group of martial artists appeared behind Ji Ying. There were probably thousands of them, although there weren't as many as the martial artists on the Blackwater Lake. There were many experts, especially the martial artist who spoke to Ji Ying. He actually made Ling Xiao feel a strong sense of danger. Who is that person? Ling Xiao asked. Giant Whale Sect's Vice Sect Master, Nansha. Ji Mengmeng lowered her voice and said, Young hero, you'd better find a chance to leave quickly. You just killed Nan Xiong. He's Nansha's brother. He definitely won't let you go. Ling Xiao thought, I didn't just kill Nan Xiong. I also killed the Giant Whale Sect's 5th head. But even if I want to leave, I'm afraid I can't easily get away now. These guys, how can they let me leave so easily? It was no secret that the Giant Whale Sect belonged to the Immortal Island's G family. Otherwise, this sect wouldn't have grown so quickly. Fortunately, Nen Sha didn't appear this time. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would really have to run. After all, Nan Sha was said to be a Yinyang realm martial artist. Although he had just stepped into the Yinyang realm, he was still not someone he could deal with now. Vice Sect Master Nensha was also very strong. He was a 7th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Although it was still difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat him, it was not impossible to kill him with soul adjudication. As for Ji Ying, he didn't care at all. To other people, Ji Ying was really strong. But to him, that person was nothing. No need to talk nonsense. Kill them all. Ji Ying said indifferently. The subordinate obeys. Nansha revealed a sinister smile. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Ling Xiao suddenly said, there are many people like me who didn't attack the Ji family's experts. Don't tell me you want to kill all of them? Kid, you're not convinced? Ji Ying sneered. Yes, I'm not convinced. Ling Xiao said indifferently. We're not convinced either. We just came here to cultivate. We didn't attack the Ji family's people. How can you kill indiscriminately? This is unfair. There were many people who agreed with Ling Xiao. Shut up. A bunch of greedy guys. Even if you didn't attack, you actually dared to covet the Ji family's treasured land. Just based on this, you all deserve to die. Ji Ying sneered. Today, you only have 2 choices. One is to be killed by us. The other is to commit suicide. Choose. Chapter 1435. The G family of the Immortal Island is indeed overbearing and unreasonable. I've seen it for myself. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "You're called Jiying, right? This time, the G family asked you to come forward and settle this matter. That's because they think highly of you. Don't bring disaster to the Immortal Island's G family. We don't want to cause trouble. We can even accept your investigation to see who attacked your people. Is that not enough?" No. Ji Ying rejected Ling Xiao's question. "Looking at your young age, you're not stupid. Why would you ask such a stupid question? I've already said it very clearly. Whether you do it or not, you will die because you actually dare to touch the treasure land of the Immortal Island. Did you just say that my choice would bring disaster to the sect? It's simply ridiculous. Just a few cats and dogs, like you want to subvert the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island, giving you the chance to commit suicide is already thinking highly of you. Why aren't you doing it? Young Master Ying is right. Letting you commit suicide is already very polite. If you let us do it, none of you will be able to leave an intact corpse." Nansha revealed a mouthful of big white teeth and laughed. His face was filled with a cruel smile. It seemed that to him, killing was a very fun game. "Listening to your words, do we have to kneel and thank young Master Ying for giving us a decent chance to commit suicide?" Ling Xiao's face revealed a strong sense of ridicule. What did this group of high and mighty fellows take human life for? Did they really think that so many martial artists here were mud to be kneaded? Letting them commit suicide was actually a reward. It was simply unreasonable. Ji Ying sneered and said, "Boy, you're very talkative. Since that's the case, let Nansha personally send you to your death later. It's best to turn your body into pieces and throw them into the lake to feed the fish. I know you're not convinced, but even if you're not convinced, you have to hold it in. The strong are the truth. It's useless even if you're not convinced. What about the others? If you want to commit suicide, hurry up. I don't have the time to wait for you to think about it. If you commit suicide, your family won't die. If you refuse to commit suicide, then later, after killing you, none of your family and friends will live." Ji Ying looked at the rest and asked coldly, "How despicable." All the martial artists felt a chill run down their spines. This was especially true for those martial artists whose families and friends lived on the sacred dynasty's Immortal Islands. They were even more frightened. Zhang Wu chose to commit suicide. Finally, someone stood out and slapped the top of his own head, dying miserably on the spot. "I hope you treat my family well." Another person stood out. Once someone took the lead, it seemed to become especially easy. Even if you commit suicide, they won't let your family off. Even if they don't kill you, they'll make them slaves. Ling Xiao's voice rang out again. Think about their actions carefully. They would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go. Would they spare your family and friends for revenge? It wasn't that no one had thought of such a thing, but at this moment, fear made many warriors lose the ability to think. It wasn't until Ling Xiao said these words that they suddenly woke up. Yes, what's the point of dying? He might as well go all out. Perhaps he could still fight for a bright future. At this time, there were only 2,000 or 3,000 martial artists left out of the 10,000 people. There were too many people who committed suicide. Fortunately, Ling Xiao stopped them in time. Otherwise, there was really no need for the giant whale sect to do anything. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, boy, you're still very smart. Unfortunately, it's too late. If you had 10,000 people, we might be a little afraid, but now there are only 2,000 people left. There's nothing to be afraid of. Ji Ying laughed out loud. A bunch of idiots. Do you really think that you can be forgiven by committing suicide? No matter how you die, the final outcome is the same. We will definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. More than 2,000 martial artists, hearing Ji Ying's words, trembled with anger. They were actually teased like this. It was too sad. Aren't you happy a little too early? Ling Xiao looked at Ji Ying coldly and said, 2,000 people against more than 1,000 of you, it's still a sure win. That's right. If we join forces, we may not lose to you. Everyone listen. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a profit. We must not let these bastards succeed. The two elders of Volcano were also angry. The two elders originally stood aloof from worldly affairs, only wanting to cultivate and seek the Tao of longevity. But this time, they were involved in such a calamity, and they did not even have a chance to explain. The others did not give them a chance at all. Kill! All the remaining martial artists echoed, their voices shaking the sky. Ji Ying's expression became even colder, and there was a bit of disdain in the coldness. Did you hear that, Nansha? They want to wipe us all out. Tell them your strength. Yes, young Master Ing. Then, more than 1,000 giant whale sect martial artists, including Nansha, completely released their auras. How can there be so many Grotto Heaven realm martial artists? The two elders of Volcano frowned, looking at the people of the giant whale sect in surprise. Ling Xiao also frowned. According to common sense, this was not normal. Out of more than 1,000 people, nearly 500 were Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, although 400 of them were only first Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. But even so, this was too many. This was just a very ordinary sect on the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island. Could this be the strength of the 5 Immortal Island? This was too terrifying. There were as many Grotto Heaven realm martial artists as there were Deva realm martial artists on the Divine Phoenix continent. Of course, the most terrifying were the 3 leaders of the giant whale sect. The second leader, who was the vice leader, Nansha, was 7th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The third leader, 6th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The fourth leader, 6th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. In addition to them, the giant whale sect also had 10 giant whale knights, all of whom were 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Although Nanxiong had died, there were still 9 of them, and they were all here. There were also close to 100 2nd and 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. This scale was simply too terrifying. Listen, let's play a hunting game today. Kill a Deva realm martial artist, and you'll be rewarded with 10 sacred dynasty merits. Kill a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, and you'll be rewarded with 100 sacred dynasty merits. Ji Ying revealed a sinister smile, and then said in a clear voice, although Ling Xiao did not know what sacred dynasty merits were, he could guess. This should be a little similar to sect points. He could definitely exchange them for rewards from the Ji family on the Immortal Island. Hearing Ji Ying's words, all the giant whale sect martial artists cheered. They were obviously too excited to be able to kill this group of ants and obtain sacred dynasty merits. This was simply too blissful. Fortunately, their sect master had left the Immortal Island for the Divine Phoenix continent because of a major matter. Otherwise, how could such a good thing fall into their hands? After all, their sect master was too strong. Chapter 1436. The giant whale sect's martial artists rejoiced because their sect's pillar, Nanjing, wouldn't steal their credit. Their sect master was an Inyang realm martial artist. Killing these people would be as easy as snapping his fingers. Listen to me. Don't panic. Do as I say, and the ones who will die today won't be us, but them. Right now, Ling Xiao was being forced to oppose the Ji family. Since that was the case, he had to make full use of his advantage. Who are you? Why should we listen to you? Won't we be used as cannon fodder? That's right. Only a fool would believe you. Most of the martial artists didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Although Ling Xiao was strong, it was precisely because of this strength that he might use them as cannon fodder. They weren't fools. They wouldn't believe Ling Xiao. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Ling Xiao didn't like to force others. Fortunately, there were still about 100 people who believed him. This included the 2 elders of the volcano. With these 2 around, his plan might be able to proceed more smoothly. Miss Meng Meng, you should go back over there. Weapons have no eyes. Once the battle starts, no one can be sure that they can protect you. Ling Xiao glanced at Ji Meng Meng and said, Young hero, Jiying has been here for a long time and hasn't mentioned her. She wants to kill us as well. I'm not talented, but I'm a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Miss Meng Meng is also a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. She can help. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen said respectfully. Right now, he was completely in awe of Ling Xiao. All right, since that's the case, do as I say. At the very least, I can guarantee that you won't be killed so easily. Ling Xiao took out an array refining stone and muttered. In an instant, a strange inscription appeared on the bodies of the 100 martial artists. Stand according to this formation. You can stabilize your defense. Thank you, young hero. But what about you? The elder of the volcano asked doubtfully. I'm fine. They can't kill me. Unless there are Yin-Yang realm martial artists, no one can stop me if I want to leave. Ling Xiao sneered. He had already killed 2 5th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. But in reality, he had yet to use his trump card. If he was forced into a corner, he would let those fellows know what fear was. Everyone knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, so they didn't question his decision. If they had doubts, they wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with Ling Xiao. Remember, retreat as you fight. However, you must maintain your formation and move towards the west. Ling Xiao added in a low voice. Although they didn't understand why Ling Xiao did this, everyone still nodded to show that they understood. Since they had chosen to believe in Ling Xiao, they would not easily doubt him. Otherwise, before the enemy attacked, their side would be in chaos. Young hero, you should be careful. I'm afraid they will treat you as an important target, Ji Meng Meng said with concern. You don't have to worry about us. You should prioritize your own safety. After all, if you don't die, we will be safer. In fact, although everyone felt that Ling Xiao was powerful, the enemy was too strong. It was already good enough that Ling Xiao could protect himself. How could he take them away? That was a little too whimsical. They weren't the only ones who thought so. The giant whale sect members also thought so. Nansha, you deal with the others. Leave this kid to me. Jiying was very unhappy with Ling Xiao. An ant-like existence actually dared to clamor in front of him and even vainly attempted to protect others. Who do you think you are? Jiying felt that if he didn't kill this ant with his own hands, it would be too boring. Young master, this isn't good. Who dares to fight with you for merit points? Nan Sha smiled bitterly. Don't worry. I don't want merit points. Kill him, and it'll be on you. Jiying only wanted to get rid of this kid who dared to ignore his authority. As for other things, he didn't think too much. He didn't care about such a small amount of merit points. Many thanks, young mastering. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Kill. Nansha sneered and was the first to pounce. Then miserable screams sounded. Ling Xiao didn't look elsewhere. His eyes were fixed on Jiying. This person's high and mighty gaze, as if he was looking down on all living beings, made him feel very uncomfortable. Kid, you don't have to be unconvinced. Who asked you to not be born in a good place? If you were from the sacred dynasty's Immortal Islands Ji family, then you can also strut around today. You can kill whoever you want without thinking about anything else. Ji Ying walked closer to Ling Xiao with his spear in hand. Then, with a shake of his spear, he stabbed the ground. The ground suddenly bulged, and a huge wild boar drilled out. Although this wild boar didn't look very good, this guy was actually a Grotto Heaven Realm beast. It was equivalent to a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. This meant that Ling Xiao didn't have to face Ji Ying alone, but also this ferocious wild boar. Ji Ying leaped onto the wild boar and clamped his legs. The wild boar roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face was still as calm as an ancient well. Once he entered a battle, he would become very calm. The spear was pointed at Ling Xiao. The wild boar's speed made the spear emit sparks. Then thick smoke billowed, and finally flames surged. At this time, the spear turned into a flaming spear. Facing the enemy's attack, Ling Xiao sneered and stabbed the destruction sword in his hand at the flaming spear. He wasn't afraid at all in a head-on clash. Clang! Sword and spear intersected in the air. Then flames filled the sky. The nearby martial artists all dodged. Some people even stopped because of this collision. They were afraid of being swallowed by the terrifying high temperature. At this moment, the wild boar suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared, attacking Ling Xiao from the ground. It opened its huge mouth and wanted to swallow Ling Xiao directly. At the same time, Ji Ying's attack also didn't weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. On the spear, the flames became brighter and brighter. Behind him, a ball of scarlet flames also appeared. That should be a strange fire of a monster beast. This Ji Ying's martial spirit wasn't weak at all. However, in terms of high temperature and flames, it wasn't that Ling Xiao looked down on anyone. In front of him, those who played with fire were probably trash. Die! The martial spirit behind Ji Ying burned even brighter. At that moment, he was really like a god of fire descending from the sky. Speed, ferocity, and ruthless moves. The wild boar underground had already regarded Ling Xiao as a delicacy. It opened its huge mouth and wanted to swallow Ling Xiao in one bite. At that moment, Ling Xiao didn't move. The destruction sword in his hand was constantly gathering power. The destruction sword intent rose to the extreme. Although he felt the threat of this sword, Ji Ying had no intention of retreating. In his opinion, retreating now was too shameful. He just said that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. How could he retreat? Chapter 1437. Although he felt the terror of Ling Xiao's sword, Ji Ying did not plan to retreat. He believed that his attack was not necessarily weaker than the other parties. Whoosh! The wild boar's huge mouth closed, and Ling Xiao was swallowed whole. Ji Ying was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that everything would be so easy. He did not even have time to release his attack, and it was already over. Just as he was feeling a little disappointed, the wild boar suddenly let out a mournful scream. Then a golden light directly cut open the wild boar's body, and a person flew out from inside. At that moment, Ji Ying did not think of attacking, but retreating, because that sword light made him feel a powerful killing intent. It was a kind of killing intent that made people tremble in fear. If he did not dodge fast enough, he would have been pierced through by the sword and then died. Can you escape? Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. At this moment, the destruction sword in his hand was a little strange. This sword was actually filled with the power of light and emitted a dazzling light. Destruction sword of light. During the battle, Ling Xiao once again sublimated his moves. He merged the destruction sword with the divine sword of light. One was a sword of soul condensed from sword intent. The other was a divine sword of light condensed from internal energy. When the two swords merged together, it could cause great destruction and destruction to the soul and body. The dazzling light attracted everyone's attention. For a time, the battle on the other battlefield came to an abrupt end. Nan Shah discovered the situation here and was shocked. He could clearly see that the power of Ling Zhao's sword was enough to kill Ji Ying. If Ji Ying died, then Nan Shah, would be unforgivable. Who is Ji Ying? He is the second son of the Ji family's eldest branch of the Immortal Island, one of the hopes of the eldest branch in the future. But he wanted to help, but he was forced to open his eyes by the dazzling light. He could only vaguely hear the sound of the sword whistling, and then rushed over following the sound in an attempt to intercept Ling Zhao's killing blow. Kid, stop. If you kill him, you won't be able to live. Won't be able to live. Was he an idiot? It was you guys who didn't want me to live. So what if I killed him? He simply did not care about Nan Shah's roar. Ling Zhao's sword chopped out. In the clear sky, a blood-curdling scream resounded through the entire black water lake. Even in his dreams, Ji Ying would never have thought that the Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin. Just as he was about to achieve great things, he would die so muddle-headedly. Moreover, he had died so miserably that not even a complete corpse was left behind. That horrifying radiant sword of destruction had completely shattered his soul realm and continued to tear his body apart, tearing him into pieces. Of course, at this time, his consciousness had already been completely destroyed. This was perhaps the only thing worth rejoicing about. Nan Shah finally arrived. Unfortunately for him, Ling Zhao had already moved to another location. The sword of annihilation in his hand stabbed towards the great whale sect's fourth master. Little bastard, I'm going to tear you to shreds. Nan Shah roared. Only now did he realize how troublesome this Ling Zhao was. This guy was like a slippery loach, and his speed was frighteningly fast. He wanted to chase, but he could not catch up at all. He could only watch as the horrifying radiant sword of destruction fell from the great whale sect's fourth master's head. The fourth master's body immediately fell apart. As for Ji Mengmeng and the rest, they could be considered to have been saved. Since the start of the battle, although Ji Mengmeng and the rest of the 100 over people had used Ling Zhao's array, there was not a single casualty. However, a long battle was bound to be lost. Moreover, seeing how difficult it was to deal with them, 2 of the 3 great whale sect's heads actually ran over. 4 or 5 of the 9 great whale riders had also gathered. Naturally, they were under great pressure. However, Ling Zhao's killing of the great whale sect's fourth master instantly saved them from their predicament. The battle came to an abrupt end. Ji Ying died in battle. The great whale sect's fourth master died in battle, a situation that no one had expected had occurred. What made the great whale sect even angrier was that those people who had been unwilling to listen to Ling Zhao's words had all gathered behind Ling Zhao. These people were not fools. They could tell that with the help of Ling Zhao, not a single one of the 100 or so people had died, while over 1,000 of their 2,000 people had already died. If this continued, they would all die. Ling Zhao naturally did not refuse anyone who came. If he could increase the strength of his side, why would he refuse? The more people there were in his array, the more powerful it would be. He did not expect these people to be of much help to him, but at the very least, they would be able to block those small fries of the great whale sect. If they could tie down 1 or 2 experts, that would be best. That would give him enough time to counterattack and kill his opponents. Ling Zhao had already given the array diagrams to Ji Mengmeng to control. What he needed to do was to leave his sole brand on these people. Only then would the array be successful. And if someone tried to betray him, he would be the first to detect it. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Nan Shah glared viciously at Ling Zhao, but did not make a move. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this kid with a glib tongue would have such terrifying strength. How did this guy cultivate? He shouldn't be 20 years old yet, right? As for Ji Mengmeng and the others, they had long regarded Ling Xiao as a god who had descended from the heavens. Ji Mengmeng was well aware of how terrifying Jiying was. Add to that the fact that he was equipped with a body full of mortal-grade spirit weapons. His strength was even more shocking. But even so, he had been so useless in front of Ling Xiao, and had been killed in an instant by Ling Xiao. He had even given Ling Xiao the chance to kill the great whale sect's fourth master. With just 2 sword strikes, 2 powerful enemies were gone just like that. If the deaths of Bald Eagle, Nan Xiong, and the red-robed man were due to an accident and underestimation of the enemy, then this time, finding such an excuse was a bit unreasonable. Ling Xiao's strength was true strength. Young hero, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, but now that you've killed Jiying, I'm afraid the Ji family will soon know. The Great Whale Sect may not be scary, but when the Ji family sends out their core experts, you will have nowhere to run. Ji Mengmeng reminded. So what I mean is, if you have the chance, run. Don't worry about us. Run. Since we've decided to fight together, I won't run away so easily. Ling Xiao was such a person. Since they had formed an alliance, he would never abandon his comrades and run away alone. Unless his comrades were all dead, only then would he leave, find a way to become stronger, and come back for revenge. All of you continue to attack those trash. Leave this kid to me. Nan Sha did not dare to leave Ling Xiao to others. He would only be at ease if he did it himself. After all, he was a 7th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, and Ling Xiao looked like he had just broken through to the 4th. Compared to him, he was still far behind. Ling Xiao's speed was very fast, but in the process of chasing just now, he had already set up his own giant net. This was specially used to deal with speed-type martial artists. Chapter 1438. Nan Sha believed that no matter how fast Ling Xiao was, he would not be able to escape his tight encirclement. Listen to Second Head. Everyone said in unison. After all, Second Head, Nan Sha, was their backbone now. So what if Jiying died? As long as Nan Sha did not die, it was fine. Hearing Nan Sha's arrangement, Ji Mengmeng and the others began to worry. On their side, Ling Xiao had already become their spiritual pillar and the strongest martial artist. If Ling Xiao died, they would lose everything. At most, they would all be killed. Nan Sha actually wanted to deal with Ling Xiao personally. This Ling Xiao would be in trouble. After all, they were the clearest about Nan Sha's strength. Ling Xiao was no match for him. Don't worry about me. He can't kill me. Ling Xiao looked at everyone indifferently and said, what you need to do is follow my plan and array formation, and kill the rest of the giant whale sect. This was also the fundamental reason why Ling Xiao saved the others. Otherwise, if the other party attacked him together with Nan Sha and the other experts, he would not be able to withstand it. Understood. No one said anything else. Now that things had come to this point, their hearts were already completely linked together. They did not dare to say anything about the future, but at the very least, they did not dare to be disloyal now. After all, this was for their own lives. Once thousands of people united and coordinated with Ling Xiao's array formation, the battle power they could display would not be lower than Ling Xiao's. It was just that Ling Xiao's battle would be more flexible. After all, array formations had very big weaknesses, especially this kind of mobile array formation. Once the weakness was found, it would be very easy to break it. Therefore, everyone understood in their hearts that their lives were closely linked to Ling Xiao's. If Ling Xiao died, they could forget about living. After all, the array formation was set up by Ling Xiao. Only he knew how to prevent its weakness from being broken. Fight! Everyone worked together and let out angry roars. Facing the enemy, they were fearless. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Nan Sha, who was not far away. Bright light gathered on his body, and a fiery red sun hung behind him. It was as if a god had descended. He stood there, unyielding and awe-inspiring. In the sky, the scorching sun was like fire. The sun shone on Ling Xiao's head, and the power of the red sun merged into the red sun behind him. The sword of light of destruction in his hand shone even brighter. However, this was not the end. Ling Xiao pulled out Ice's fury. This was the first time he had used a weapon since the start of the battle, because the opponent was really strong. Fusion. The sword of light of destruction wrapped around the Ice's fury and fused perfectly. The sparkling and translucent blade of Ice's fury was filled with dazzling light and destructive sword intent. Nansha looked at Ling Xiao cautiously. Even he did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao in the slightest. Ling Xiao, this kid, was too cunning. If he was not careful, he might be overturned by this guy. If he failed miserably, not to mention meritorious service, he might even lose his life. Nansha did not want to do an unprofitable business. Nansha stood on the Blackwater Lake, and a ferocious great white shark shadow appeared behind him. This guy's martial spirit was actually a beast of the sea. The great white shark martial spirit absorbed the power of the Blackwater Lake and became abnormally strong and ferocious. Its angry eyes stared at Ling Xiao, as if it wanted to swallow Ling Xiao in one bite. I'm a 7th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, coupled with this powerful white shark martial spirit. Do you still have a chance to live? Nansha stood in the water, but his body was floating there, as if he was stepping on something. He was furious. Ling Xiao actually killed Jiying and his 4th head in front of him. This was simply a great humiliation to him. And the most troublesome thing was that the Ji family would definitely find trouble with him because of this. Unless he killed Ling Xiao, he would not be able to save his life. Otherwise, he would have to wait for the Ji family's anger to completely burn him. Powerful cultivation does not mean powerful strength. In my opinion, you're just a facade. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, his body erupted with an astonishing light, and he left the place in an instant. When he reappeared, the light destruction sword was less than a meter in front of Nansha. The corner of Nansha's mouth raised into a cold smile. I'm not as fast as you, but I still have the Grotto Heaven domain. Inescapable net. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt like he was a mosquito that flew over and was directly stuck on a huge net. This net was actually formed by interweaving water. It was densely packed and was also very sticky. Although the light destruction sword's power was great and cut the huge net because it was on the Blackwater Lake, the net was actually endlessly growing and constantly repairing. After Ling Xiao rushed for a distance, he finally withdrew his attack. There was no point in continuing. The other party's move was really powerful. He also had to admire it. This seemed to be specially targeted against speed-type martial artists. Although Ling Xiao was not a pure speed-type martial artist, the idea of wanting to end the battle quickly came to an abrupt end. Facing such a defense, it was impossible for him to make a more reasonable and effective attack. Hee kid, do you think you can dominate the world by relying on your speed? If there were no secret skills in martial arts, no martial spirit, no Grotto Heaven, your idea might be good. But with all these, your idea is just too stupid. Nansha looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and then launched an attack. Now, you're just a pitiful little bug. Go and die happily. Nansha turned into a white shark. The huge net seemed to have no effect on the water-type martial spirit. In an instant, he was near Ling Xiao. Grotto Heaven domain, do you think you're the only one who has it? A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. In the past, when he was still a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, he had already comprehended the sword domain. In the end, he developed the Dark Sword Domain, Light Sword Domain, and Sun Moon Sword Domain. Now, his cultivation was already at the fourth Grotto Heaven realm. The sword domain of the past would only be stronger. Light Sword Domain. In that instant, his surroundings were enveloped by countless sharp sword lights. Nan Sha was so shocked that he hurriedly stopped. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly took out the Dragon Sword skill book that Ji Mengmeng had given him before. At that time, he wanted this book to strengthen the sword domain. It was a pity that he never had the time to read it. At this moment, because Nan Sha did not understand the situation of his sword domain, he actually stopped there, giving him a chance. I see. Ling Xiao nodded as he read. Flipping through the book was faster than falling out. In just an instant, he had flipped through the entire book. Then, he put the book away and a smile appeared on his face. Little bastard, you actually looked down on me. Nan Sha was infuriated by Ling Xiao's actions. Someone actually dared to read a book while fighting with him. This was simply unforgivable. Chapter 1439. With a furious roar, Nan Sha continued to move forward. The gigantic white shark formed from the water of the Black Water Lake pounced towards Ling Xiao with a ferocious aura, vowing to swallow Ling Xiao in one gulp. As for Ling Xiao, he seemed to be thinking about something. The sword qi in his hand slowly turned into a fiery red color, and even gradually formed the shape of a divine dragon. However, the divine dragon was too small. In his hand, it was like a small loach, except that it was fiery red in color. Ha ha ha, looks like I was right. This dragon sword art can indeed perfectly fuse with the sword domain, although it might not be very strong now. In the future, when I release the martial spirit of the primordial dragon, its power will definitely be even more perfect. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh. Laughing your mother's balls. Ling Xiao's expression really infuriated Nan Sha, although he did not do it on purpose. He raised his head and looked at Nan Sha, muttering to himself, "Today I'll use you to test my moves." Radiant Sword Domain. Fire Dragon burning the heavens, wind, and cloud, fury. The moment Ling Xiao spoke, the Radiant Sword Domain changed. All of the sword qi turned into a slender fire dragon in an instant. It spiraled and danced in the air, looking rather spectacular. After that, the Radiant Destruction Sword in Ling Xiao's hand also turned into a fire dragon. However, this fire dragon's body was huge. The Radiant Divine Sword and the Radiant Sword Domain could be used together. Now that he had used the dragon sword art, its power was even stronger. In the sky, countless fire dragons surrounded the great white shark. One of the fire dragons was dozens of meters long. It had a huge body and a ferocious face. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the great white shark. Nan Sha wanted to rely on his martial spirit to swallow Ling Xiao in one gulp. However, at this moment, he was facing the situation of being swallowed by Ling Xiao. He could use the Black Water Lake to increase the power of the white shark martial spirit. Ling Xiao could also use the Scarlet Sun to increase the power of the fire dragon. Damn, you have so many tricks. Break for me. With a furious roar, the southern shark transformed into his human form and slammed his palm on the scarlet fire dragon's forehead. Rumble! One of the small fire dragons was smashed into pieces. However, when the power of the Scarlet Sun was released, the small fire dragon instantly began to condense again. Under the sun, Ling Xiao's radiant sword domain grew and multiplied without end. Nan Sha had not expected this at all. Damned fellow, how can this be? Why can't I kill him? Nan Sha retreated in horror. If they couldn't even kill a small fire dragon, how were they going to deal with a huge fire dragon? Nan Sha was furious. After the panic, he was completely enraged. The water in his black lake began to be absorbed into the great white shark's body. The great white shark grew bigger and bigger, and its size finally surpassed that of the giant fire dragon. Kill! Nan Sha charged forward once again. This time, he chose to fully shapeshift. This was something that all animal-type warriors could comprehend. It was just that some people were better at using it, while others were worse at it. Swallow! The great white shark swallowed a small fire dragon. However, the small fire dragon did not resurrect and was completely destroyed. Although a new small fire dragon began to condense after it was destroyed, its speed was obviously not as fast as before. Nan Sha seemed to have found the weakness of Ling Zhao's radiant sword domain, and his face lit up with joy. Then he began to feast. Bang! Just as he was swallowing those small fire dragons, his body was suddenly slapped hard, and he was sent flying. He forgot that the dragon ancestor was still there. The fire dragon condensed by the radiant sword of destruction was much stronger than those small fire dragons in terms of strength and power. Bah, kid, you're ruthless. The southern shark spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He felt as if nothing had happened and began to fight again. However, this time, when he was swallowing the small fire dragon, he did not forget about the threat that the large fire dragon posed to him. He constantly dodged and counterattacked. The battle between the two of them was actually in a stalemate for a while. This was simply a battle between water and fire. However, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, Ling Xiao was actually at a disadvantage. His small fire dragons were getting fewer and fewer. In the end, there would only be one large fire dragon left. At this rate, failure was only a matter of time. A 7th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist is really not easy to deal with. He's too strong. Will that young hero have a problem? The middle-aged man, surnamed Chen, said worriedly, "Uncle Chun, don't worry about others. Take care of yourself first. The young hero must have his own way. He has created so many miracles. He will not let us down." Ji Mengmeng had almost become Ling Zhao's loyal fan. She now had unconditional trust in Ling Xiao. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that Ling Xiao could not do. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. The southern shark was secretly happy. He did not expect to find Ling Zhao's weakness so quickly. As long as he continued to attack, he would soon be able to kill that annoying kid. Ling Xiao frowned. He was also clear in his heart. Although the light sword domain had become very strong after being strengthened by the dragon sword art, but in terms of cultivation, the difference between him and the southern shark was still too great. It was only a matter of time before this fire dragon sword domain was broken. However, what he was doing now was merely testing his moves. It was normal that he could not win. He still had an even stronger trump card that he had not used yet. What he needed to do now was to make his fire dragon sword domain easier to control. This way, the other improved versions of the sword domain brought by the dragon sword art would be able to be used with ease. Of course, the southern shark did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking. He thought that he had the advantage now and was constantly launching fierce attacks. At the same time, the battle on the other side was also very tragic. But under the protection of Ling Zhao's array formation, it was the giant whale sex side that suffered more casualties. The battle was so intense that no one noticed that an uninvited guest had come to this place. In the sky, a flywheel ship was floating there. An old man stood at the bow of the ship. His hair and beard were all white, and he was imposing without being angry. Although he looked very ordinary, his body released a terrifying aura. The black volcano was destroyed. The primordial golden crow and primordial Skyfian's fighting spirit also disappeared. Even the old ancestor Ji Chang's immortal sword has disappeared. Who did it? The old man lowered his head and looked down. The densely packed crowd was in the middle of a battle. On the ground, The corpses had already accumulated into piles. "Father, why don't I see Jiying?" someone suddenly asked. The old man looked around. Sure enough, he did not see Ji Ying's figure. He closed his eyes and released his aura. A moment later, his face revealed a touch of ashen. Ji Ying, he actually died in battle. His grandson, one of the hopes of the eldest branch, was actually buried in this inexplicable battle. Who killed him? The one who roared was Ji Ying's father, the eldest son of the eldest branch, who was also the old man's eldest son. We'll know in a while, but no matter who killed Ji Ying, he has to die. The old man said coldly, on the sacred dynasty's immortal island, killing his grandson. If such a person was let go, his old bones would probably be laughed to death. Chapter 1440. Although Ling Xiao was facing Nen Sha, who was at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm, he did not ignore the flywheel ship that suddenly appeared in the sky. Even the killing intent coming from the other party was very obvious to him. On the sacred dynasty's immortal island, the only one who could have killing intent toward him was the Ji family. If he killed Ji Ying, the other party would not let him go. But since the other party had not made a move, he had to kill Nen Sha as soon as possible. He could not continue to waste time. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao quickly mobilized the power of the human monarch in his body. Currently, he still had 5 strands of the power of the human monarch. However, ever since he entered the Grotto Heaven realm, the effect of the power of the human monarch on him became worse and worse. In the past, when he was still a half-step Grotto Heaven realm, he could use the power of the human monarch to contend with Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. But now, the power of the human monarch might bring him an increase in strength. In other words, he was now a 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, so the power of the human monarch was equivalent to his 5th Grotto Heaven realm strength. This was the case for the time being in the Grotto Heaven realm. When he reached the Yin-Yang realm, the power of the human monarch would probably completely lose its effect. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not feel any heartache when using the power of the human monarch now. When the power of the human monarch was used, Ling Xiao's fire dragon sword domain's power clearly increased greatly. Every small fire dragon transformed from sword chi became even more powerful. It was already impossible for Nen Sha to swallow it in one gulp. Dragon bind. As Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded, the terrifying small fire dragons pounced at Nen Sha in groups, and then continued to gather and surround him. What's going on? Nen Sha was really scared out of his wits. Ling Xiao's sudden outburst of power was simply without any warning, catching him off guard. He desperately tried to break free, but the small fire dragons gathered more and more. No, I can't die like this. Break free for me. Nen Sha was really frightened. He released all of his terrifying power, and the small fire dragons that were originally surrounding him were completely scattered. His face lit up with excitement, but in the next moment his excitement turned into despair. Something terrible happened. The largest fire dragon wrapped itself around his body and continued to circle around him, entangling him tightly. Immediately after, countless small fire dragons flew over one by one and quickly surrounded him again. Save me. Nen Sha didn't know who he was asking for help from, but he could only ask for help to relieve the fear in his heart. He was at his wits' end. He had actually been tormented to such an extent by a brat at the 4th Grotto Heaven realm. Even his life was about to be forfeited. How could he accept this? Emperor Sky, go save him. In the sky, on the flywheel ship, the white-bearded old man said to the young man standing beside him, Ji Huangtian. He had finally returned from the White Tiger continent, the #1 expert of the sacred dynasty's immortal island, ranked 2nd on the Dragon Phoenix list. The divine Phoenix Empire had the 10 Phoenix sons, and the black Crow Empire had the 7 fiends. Almost every sect or great power had their own ranking and title. However, there was only one Dragon Phoenix list in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. It represented the strongest martial artists under the age of 30 in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. The Dragon Phoenix list was usually changed every year. Of course, under special circumstances, such as when a martial artist on the list was killed, the list would be changed temporarily. And this Dragon Phoenix list was jointly created by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, the 5 Immortal Island, the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, and the 2 Great Empires. It was very authoritative. Ji Huangtian was ranked 2nd on the Dragon Phoenix list last year, and the Divine Phoenix Empire's Phoenix, Cry Mountain, was ranked 5th, and Feng Yinshan was ranked 10th. One had to know that among the 10 Phoenix Sons last year, Phoenix Cry Mountain was ranked 1st. And when it came to the Dragon Phoenix list, it was only ranked 5th. Feng Yinshan was ranked 10th. And that opposite bank Immortal Island's Zhong Yuhuangquan, the guy who tried to take Cold Plum away from Ling Xiao, was ranked 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list. No matter who they were not as terrifying as Ji Huangtian. It was said that the guy ranked 1st was a monster from the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. His name was Dan Feng. However, Ling Xiao had never seen that person before. He didn't even know if he was a man or a woman. Therefore, Ji Huangtian was the strongest person on the Dragon Phoenix list that Ling Xiao had seen so far. The white-bearded old man asked him to make a move because he knew that he could easily rescue Nan Sha. However, Ji Huangtian did not make a move. He only looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Let him go." His voice was very soft and indifferent, but it carried a commanding tone that absolutely could not be disobeyed. This seemingly light tone was actually condensed with an extremely powerful pressure. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to withstand it at all. They would definitely choose to listen to his instructions. But who was Ling Xiao? He was not an ordinary martial artist. He completely ignored Ji Huangtian's words. Seeing that the small fire dragons had completely wrapped around Ninsha, he muttered to himself, "Dragon bind, burial, kill." Boom! Those fire dragons clearly shrunk. This scene made Ji Huangtian very displeased. He frowned and finally made a move. He did not use a weapon. He only blasted out a palm from hundreds of meters away. Crack! An explosion sounded from Nan Sha's body. The small fire dragons and the big fire dragons were all destroyed by this palm. Nan Sha fell out from inside. Although he was not dead yet, almost all the bones in his body were broken. Even his head had been squeezed out of shape. One could imagine that if Ji Huangtian did not make a move in time, Nan Sha would definitely not be able to escape death. Even so, the current Nan Sha was basically no different from a cripple. Even without Ling Xiao making a move, Nan Sha probably would not live for long. Ji Huangtian looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He did not care whether Nan Sha died or not, but Ling Xiao actually dared to continue attacking after he spoke. This made him very unhappy. He was a direct descendant of the sacred dynasty. There was always a taboo sentence: "Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish." Ling Xiao did not listen to him, so he was already on his death blacklist. The white-bearded old man witnessed everything and instantly frowned. The young man in front of him looked like he was only 17 years old. However, he could rely on his own strength to almost kill the second-in-command of the Great Whale sect, Nan Sha. This kind of terrifying talent, even on the Dragon Phoenix list, was definitely rare. If there was someone who could compare to this kid's talent, it could only be Ji Huangtian beside him, the eldest grandson of his eldest son. Ji Ying's brother Qin. Although Ji Huangtian's expression was as calm as water, an obvious killing intent spread out from his body. He must die. After a long time, Ji Huangtian spoke. That's right, he must die. The white-bearded old man also nodded slowly. Then he ordered the flywheel ship to slowly descend. Nansha, your great whale sex people are really getting more and more useless. You can't even kill a small nobody. Aren't you ashamed? The old man's deep voice sounded. In an instant, the entire battlefield stopped fighting. His voice was obviously mixed with a powerful and terrifying inner strength, causing everyone to feel a huge pressure, which was why they suddenly stopped fighting. Chapter 1441. Everyone looked at the slowly descending airship in horror, thinking that it was over. The giant whale sect could be considered easy to deal with, but now that the island master of the sacred dynasties, Immortal Island, had personally come, could they still leave alive? There was really no hope at all. It was completely over. Island Master is right. This subordinate is indeed trash, but this kid is too strange. He must not be underestimated. Nansha did not dare to show any displeasure or dissatisfaction in front of the Ji family's patriarch and the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island's island master. If others said he was trash, then he was trash. There was nothing to argue about. Who asked him to not even be able to deal with a little brat, and even caused Ji Ying's death? Ling Xiao looked at the Ji family's people, and could not help but think of his parents. Back then, his parents had passed by the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island and lived here for a while. His father was Ji Furing, which meant that he was actually related to the Ji family. Although they were not blood-related. This feeling was really strange. They were relatives, but they did not feel the slightest bit of kinship. Island Master Ji, today's matter was caused by this black water lake. Many of the Ji family's experts have been killed, but 90% of the cultivators present have been killed. The death toll has reached 9,000. Can we just let it go? Just as everyone was in despair, the volcanic old man stood up and cupped his hands at the white-bearded old man. This Blackwater Lake is still your Ji family's. We will leave immediately. Good death. The white-bearded old man looked coldly at the volcanic old man. Not to mention 90% of the people who killed my Ji family. Even if all of them died, it would not be enough to eliminate the hatred in this old man's heart. You dared to kill people before, but now you want to admit defeat. Island Master, you are wrong. After all, only a small number of people killed. The majority of the people did not do anything. They also lost their lives because of this. Is it not enough? The volcanic old woman could not help but say, "The two of you are also trash. You are 100 years old, but you have only cultivated to the 5th Grotto Heaven realm. If it were this old man, I would not say a word." The white-bearded old man suddenly sneered. Our Ji family would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. Didn't Ji Ying tell you? Humph, as expected. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. I thought that kid was relying on the Ji family's prestige to commit all outrages. I did not expect all of this was all because of you, old thing. So he was killed by you. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the Blackwater Lake, reaching everyone's ears. Especially the Ji family's people heard it. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, shouldn't he choose to beg for mercy and admit his mistake? Ling Xiao, this fellow, how dare he provoke the Ji family's family head like this? They didn't understand, but Ling Xiao knew exactly what he was doing. From the conversation between the two elders of Volcano and the white-bearded old man, he could already tell the Ji family of the Sacred Dynasty Island was a bunch of trash. A bunch of trash who only knew how to use their power to oppress others. Who are you? The white-bearded old man surprisingly did not fly off the handle, probably because he encountered too many brats who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao did not hide his name anymore. There was no need to. The Ji family's people definitely knew his identity. There was no point in hiding. The one who killed Ji Ying, that arrogant fool, of course. Also the one who discovered the Blackwater Lake. Ling Xiao said coolly, "So it's you." The white-bearded old man's pupils constricted abruptly. Then he actually burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Huang Tian, I'll leave this person to you to deal with. Ji Huang Tian nodded his head, then stepped forward. This was his second time facing Ling Xiao. The previous time, he just casually waved a palm and broke Ling Xiao's fire dragon sword domain. Moreover, it was the fire dragon sword domain when Ling Xiao used the power of a human king. This time, he looked at Ling Xiao. His aura was domineering and ferocious. He was like an emperor standing upright, and even heaven and earth had to listen to his orders. Ji Huangtian. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and sneered. In his eyes, the so-called geniuses were not intimidating at all. After all, the only thing a genius was stronger than an ordinary person was their talent. Their cultivation was not considered too powerful. For example, the difference in strength between Ji Huangtian and the Ji family island master was huge. Ling Xiao did not even give face to the white-bearded old man. So why would he be afraid of a so-called genius like Ji Huangtian? However, unlike him, the rest of the people were a little afraid when they saw Ji Huangtian. This terrifying genius who was ranked second on the Dragon Phoenix list could only be compared to the Everlasting Joy Celestial Islands monster. The rest of the people under the age of 30 were inferior to him. When he was 15 years old, Ji Huangtian obtained the first place on the Dragon Phoenix list and then traveled to the White Tiger continent. Unfortunately, when he returned, there were many young experts on the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents because of the appearance of the mountain river Martial Soul. There was even a monster from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island who defeated him in the end, making him second. If it was someone else, they would have been unable to recover from the setback. However, Ji Huangtian did not sink because of this. On the contrary, after he awakened his martial soul, he traveled to the White Tiger continent again until he was summoned back by his family. No one knew how strong he was. Although he was still ranked second on the Dragon Phoenix list, there were more and more guesses about him. After all, when he lost to the monster from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, he had not awakened his martial soul yet. That monster already had a very powerful martial soul. Many people felt that he was probably more terrifying than the monster from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island now. It's simple if you want to live. No matter who it is, if you can take one of my attacks and not die, you can leave. His arrogant words caused everyone to quieten down. Everyone was pondering whether this was an opportunity or a disaster. In the end, almost everyone shook their heads, because they did not have the confidence to survive Ji Huangtian's attack. Even if it was just one move, it was impossible. No one was willing to take the risk. If they couldn't take it, they would die. If they could, they would definitely be seriously injured. For a group of unrelated people, was it really worth it? Brother Huangtian, they are all innocent. Can you let them go? At this moment, Ji Mengmeng spoke. Ji Huangtian looked at the girl coldly and suddenly reached out. He grabbed at the air, and Ji Mengmeng was pulled onto the flywheel ship. Ling Xiao did not stop him, because he knew that Ji Mengmeng would not be in danger now. What's so difficult about taking one of your attacks? Do you really think that you are invincible? In the crowd, the volcanic old man stood out. This old man is already so old. Death is nothing to be regretted. I only hope that if I am lucky enough to survive, everyone from the G family can keep their promise. This old man. Ling Xiao looked at the old man and could not help but feel a strong admiration in his heart. Chapter 1442. It took a lot of courage for the volcanic old man to stand out in such a dangerous situation. After all, this old man was only at the 5th Grotto Heaven realm. He wasn't strong enough to face Ji Huangtian. Volcanic old man, don't be impulsive, Ling Xiao advised. He didn't think that the volcanic old man could survive one move from Ji Huangtian. Don't try to persuade me. I've lived for a long time. Just like what they said, if I can't break through to the Yin-Yang realm in my lifetime, I won't be able to live for long. Before I die, I might as well do something for everyone. The volcanic old man shook his head and said, I just hope that if I die, little brother Ling can help me take care of my wife. Her aptitude is better than mine. It's very possible for her to break through to the Yin-Yang realm. Stubborn old man, what nonsense are you talking about? If you die, I won't live either. The volcanic old woman cried and shouted. Don't talk nonsense. The volcanic old man looked up at Ji Huangtian and said, Come. Ji Huangtian looked at the volcanic old man expressionlessly. He didn't have the slightest sympathy or pity. Since the old man wanted to die, he wouldn't be merciful. One palm. It was just a light palm. No matter what the volcanic old man did, it was meaningless. His heart was shattered, and he slowly fell to the ground. You're really too strong. The volcanic old man was no longer breathing. The only words he left before he died were these 5 words. Too strong. Ji Huangtian was too strong. Looks like none of you can block a single move from me. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. It's just that I really don't like killing ants like you. Commit suicide and die with dignity. That's better than anything else. Ji Huangtian said indifferently. He didn't even bother to kill. Are you sure he's dead? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and walked towards the volcanic old man. However, a shattered heart wasn't completely hopeless for a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The problem was whether there was such a powerful alchemist. Thin threads appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. They were like natural silk and then pierced into the old man's body. If someone could see the situation inside the volcano old man's body, they would see that the threads were stitching the old man's shattered heart back together. In the end, it was restored. Ling Xiao took out another pill from his storage ring and fed it to the old man. It's useless. No matter what you do, it's useless. Unless it's Medicine King Sun Bu, no one on these 3 continents can save a martial artist with a shattered heart. Ji Huangtian gently shook his head. He didn't believe that the volcano elder could be revived. Ling Xiao didn't care what he said. After that, he pointed at the volcano elder's forehead and channeled his immortal battle will into him. Immortal and indestructible, endlessly growing and multiplying. This was the essence of the immortal sword intent. It could be used to kill and prevent the enemy from recovering. It could also be used to save people, allowing their wounds to heal and reignite the flame of life. Cough, cough. A moment later, a cough startled everyone. The martial artists on Ling Xiao's side were all crying tears of joy. If the volcano elder was revived, it meant that they didn't have to die. The volcano elder was also dumbfounded. Then she became incomparably excited and hugged her family's old man. He's really a god. Someone in the crowd sighed. Yeah, I think I've heard the name Ling Xiao before. I think he's the heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire. That's right. Not only that, he caused quite a ruckus in the divine Phoenix Empire's capital. I think he was the champion of the alchemy conference in the city of Sin. Now that it was mentioned, many people seemed to be familiar with the name Ling Xiao. It was just that they couldn't connect that legendary figure with the young man in front of them. No wonder his medical skills are so superb. In the city of Sin, he defeated Medicine King Sun Sa's most prized disciple, Ji Luo Yu, and even defeated the sea race's heavenly ocean pearl, redeeming our continent's reputation. But to be able to revive someone from the dead, this is still a little unbelievable. He's too powerful. No matter if it was praise or surprise, these martial artists were speaking very casually, because the volcano elder didn't die. They didn't have to die. How could they not be happy and relaxed? I admire you for saving him, but it's meaningless. At this moment, Ji Huangqian's words made them feel like they were in an ice cellar. Meaningless? Why? Ling Xiao asked. It's very simple. It was you who saved him, not him who blocked my attack. Ji Huangtian said indifferently. Haha, I didn't expect the genius ranked second on the Dragon Phoenix list to be a trash that doesn't keep his words. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. In the previous agreement, it didn't state how I blocked your attack. It's too degrading to go back on my words now. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to young Master Huangtian like that? You want to die? The people around Ji Huangtian roared. Of course I want to live, but you guys won't let me. Therefore, it doesn't matter what I do. Just don't regret it. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. His master, Yuan Venerate, had already broken the array formations set up by the Ji family and even ingeniously made use of the array formation to set up a short-distance teleportation array. As long as the teleportation array was set up successfully, these over 1,000 people would be able to escape easily. Regret? I'll make you regret it now. Ji Huangtian sneered and waved his hand. The Ji family's experts were already getting restless. If the people of the giant whale sect joined the fray, the escaping martial artists would have nowhere to run. Don't you think the dignified Ji family of the sacred dynasty's immortal island is going overboard by making things difficult for some innocent martial artists? Suddenly, a feminine voice was heard from afar. Although this voice was very feminine, it was filled with a strong evil aura that made people feel very uncomfortable. Many people looked into the distance, but didn't see anyone. One had to know that the distance between martial artists was much greater than the average person's. This could only mean that the person speaking was really far away. Just the power of this voice transmission was enough to show how powerful this person was. The white-bearded old man frowned and said, Old Witch, what are you doing here? This is the Ji family's territory. Old Witch, everyone was guessing who this white-bearded old man, the Old Witch that the Ji family patriarch spoke of, was. After a long time, they got their answer. It was a luxuriously dressed upper-class lady. Her outfit was so large that it wasn't appropriate and wrapped her whole body inside. The airship that the upper-class lady was riding was very strange. It simply looked like a monster from ancient legends. Old fart, look at your wrinkled face. How am I old? I'm much younger than you, right? After the upper-class lady arrived, she smiled at the Ji family head as if she was very familiar with him. However, there was a hint of mockery in his words. Chapter 1443. To be inconsolable. Don't keep me in suspense. What are you here for? You actually brought so many people with you. Are you here to pick a fight with me? The white-bearded elder asked sternly. Hearing this name, Ling Xiao couldn't help but understand. It turned out that this sinister-looking lady was actually the island master of the Permitha Immortal Island. To be inconsolable. No wonder he felt that one of the people behind to be inconsolable looked so familiar. Wasn't that Zhongyu Permitha's brother, Zhongyu Huangquan? Enemies were really bound to meet on a narrow road. However, Zhong Yu Huangquan didn't seem to notice him. He didn't even look at him. His eyes were fixed on Ji Huangtian. One must know that Zhong Yu Huangquan was ranked fourth on the Dragon Phoenix list. He wasn't as good as Ji Huangtian. Therefore, he was always unconvinced and fearful of Ji Huangtian. As for Ling Xiao, Zhong Yu Huangquan probably didn't care about him at all. He was probably more concerned about Cold Plum, who was beside Ling Xiao. This time, the eruption of the Black Volcano, the disappearance of the immemorial Golden Crow, and the immemorial Heavenly Demon battle intent, the disappearance of Ji Chang's immortal sword, and the formation of the Blackwater Lake must have alarmed many people. The Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island had spies from various major forces. To be Inconsolable's arrival was one of the examples. The reason why she came early was probably because the Permitha Immortal Island was closer to the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. Ha! Ji Ruolong, I'm not in a hurry to pick a fight with you. I'm here today to uphold justice. To be Inconsolable said, with a smile. Uphold justice? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Ji Ruolong said with disdain. Just say that you're here for the immemorial Golden Crow and the immemorial Heavenly Demon. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? From Ji Ruolong's point of view, Ji Chang's immortal sword naturally belonged to the Ji clan, and no one else should even think about fighting for it. As for the primordial Golden Crow and the primordial Heavenly Demon, it might not be realistic for them to monopolize it, but they would have to fight for it eventually. As for the Blackwater Lake, although it was not bad, Ji Ruolong did not think much of it. After all, it was a little small. If he knew that the Blackwater Lake was 10 times bigger, would he still think the same? Since you've seen through it, I won't hide it anymore. In the past, we've seen the corpses of the primordial Golden Crow and the primordial Heavenly Demon together. In the end, we decided to temporarily hand them over to the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island for protection, but those things belong to the Five Immortal Island. Now that the Black Volcano has exploded, the immemorial Golden Crow and the immemorial Heavenly Demon are nowhere to be found. I suspect that the people of your Ji family are hiding. To be Inconsolable said coldly. Bullshit. If this old man had hidden that thing, I wouldn't have come here to argue with these ants. Ji Ruolong said in annoyance. To be Inconsolable smiled, and did not continue to be entangled with this issue. She believed that there would be more people coming. It was impossible for the Ji family to monopolize the primordial Golden Crow and the primordial Heavenly Demon. She turned to look at Ji Huangtian and laughed. What a handsome young man, but he's too domineering. He won't live for long. What a joke! Do you dare to let your disciple fight with my Huangtian here? Ji Ruolong sneered. You old which are not as good as this old man, and your disciple is not as good as my Huangtian. Your Permitha Immortal Island will forever be trampled under the feet of our Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. That might not be the case. To be Inconsolable smiled and changed the topic. I heard him say that as long as someone can take one of his moves, he will let go of those people. How about this? Let my Huangquan take one of his moves, and those people will belong to our Permitha Immortal Island. What do you think? The fourth on the Dragon Phoenix list would take on the second on the Dragon Phoenix list. This kind of battle was really exciting. Many cultivators had almost forgotten about the dangerous situation and couldn't help but be interested. Moreover, this battle might decide their life and death. How could they not be looking forward to it? At this moment, they no longer placed their hopes on Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. Whether it was Ji Ruolong or to be Inconsolable, they could crush him with one hand. Even Ji Huangtian and Huangquan could easily kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned from a god in their hearts to trash in an instant. That was why some people were like this. When you were useful to them, They would put you on a pedestal. Once you were no longer useful to them, they would dislike you no matter how they looked at you. Of course, not everyone was like this. There were still more than 300 people who chose to stand beside Ling Xiao. They firmly believed that following Ling Xiao would allow them to leave. Ling Xiao took a look and remembered these people in his heart. At the same time, he removed the inscription mark on the other cultivators. Even if he could escape with thousands of cultivators, he had no interest in saving trash who didn't know how to be grateful. He was also looking forward to this battle between the geniuses. After all, he would become opponents with these people sooner or later. It would be easier to deal with them if he really encountered them in the future. Zhong Yu looked at Ji Huangtian, his battle intent surging. He always felt that he shouldn't be ranked fourth. He had the ability to fight for the first, second, and third place. Ji Huangtian glanced at Zhong Yu Huangquan indifferently, as if he didn't take it to heart. Perhaps in his eyes, there was only one person who was worthy of his attention. That was the monster from Last Joy Immortal Island, the one who ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix list. These two fellows are really troublesome. Ji Huangtian's attack just now has already proven his strength. He actually easily disintegrated my Fire Dragon Sword realm. As for Zhong Yu Huangquan, he's probably not weaker than Cold Plum, but he's only ranked fourth. What kind of monsters are on the Dragon Phoenix list? Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head secretly. He was still far from it. However, this time, he had obtained the immemorial Golden Crow, immemorial Heavenly Demon, and even the Immortal Sword. After returning, he should cultivate in peace for a period of time. His cultivation and strength would definitely improve qualitatively. Old Witch, you're dreaming. Don't think that this old man is confused and doesn't know what you're scheming. You just want to get those people and get some information from them. Ji Ruolong sneered and said, Our Huangtian gave those people a chance to make a move, but you fake Huangquan naturally can't do that. After all, they're all top 10 geniuses on the Dragon Phoenix list. No matter what, you should come for Real. What do you mean by real? To be inconsolable asked. It's simple. Today's battle will be a fight to the death. Whoever dies, don't complain. Ji Ruolong said. Old Witch, do you dare to let Zhong Yu Huangquan try? Ji Ruolong made such a request because he had absolute confidence in Ji Huangtian. He knew that his grandson had this ability. He looked coldly at To Be Inconsolable and sneered in disdain. To Be Inconsolable, would she dare to have a fight to the death? Why wouldn't I dare? Before To Be Inconsolable could say anything, Zhong Yu Huangquan stood out. Although he didn't know Ji Huangtian well, he was very confident in his own strength. So what if it was a fight to the death? Zhong Yu Huangquan wasn't afraid. Chapter 1444. Ha ha, young people really have guts. Good, very good. Hearing Zhong Yu Huangquan's words, Ji Ruolong was stunned. He was obviously stunned by Zhong Yu Huangquan's words. Deep in his heart, he didn't intend to let Ji Huangtian fight with his life, especially a genius like Zhong Yu Huangquan. After all, even if he won, he would definitely suffer great losses. There was no benefit at all. He would also offend the Permitha Immortal Island for nothing. What was the point? He said that because he was sure that Old Witch To Be Inconsolable wouldn't take the risk. He wanted to let Ji Huangtian know that To Be Inconsolable would back off. However, he was sure that To Be Inconsolable would think, but he didn't know that young people nowadays weren't easy to deal with. No one was willing to submit. If Zhong Yu Huangquan didn't dare to accept the challenge, wouldn't he be laughed at to death if word got out? If Ling Xiao was Zhong Yu Huangquan, he would definitely accept the challenge. After all, the outcome was hard to predict. If he took the initiative to admit defeat, his martial path would completely collapse. "Ha ha, old thing, you're old. You don't understand the thoughts of young people nowadays." To be inconsolable smiled and said, "The 5 immortal islands will be joining hands this time. So let's forget about the life and death battle. It's not that we're afraid of you, but we don't want to be laughed at by those bastards from the White Tiger continent." Although she said it in a dignified manner, she actually didn't want Zhong Yu Huangquan to take the risk. Zhong Yu Huangquan's talent was the strongest in the Permitha Immortal Island, even more terrifying than him. He was also the best successor of the Permitha Immortal Island in the future. He also believed that Zhong Yu Huangquan might not lose to Ji Huangtian. However, after a fight to the death, even if he won, he would definitely be seriously injured. There wouldn't be any benefits. These people were all smart. Only an idiot would do something that wasn't worth it. Hearing to be inconsolable's words, Zhong Yu Huangquan seemed a little disappointed. However, he soon felt relieved. Ji Huangtian, during the Dragon and Phoenix selection, the Dragon and Phoenix ranking list will be updated. At that time, we'll see who's stronger. Today, I'll listen to the Island Lord. Although Zhong Yu Huangquan really wanted to fight with Ji Huangtian right now, to be inconsolable, he didn't dare to disobey. This woman had been strict with him since he was young, to the extent that he didn't even dare to say a word in front of this woman. He could only agree with her submissively. Ji Huangtian wasn't interested in this battle to begin with, so he naturally wouldn't be disappointed. The ones who were disappointed were those who had abandoned Ling Xiao and placed their hopes on Zhong Yu Huangquan. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not have any sympathy for them. He deserved to die. "Old, which you better hurry up and leave, lest our sacred dynasty Immortal Island and your Permitha Immortal Island damage the relationship. That would only make the people of the White Tiger continent happy." Ji Ruolong suddenly said, "Hee, I won't leave until I see the immemorial Golden Crow and the immemorial Divine Demon." To be inconsolable wasn't afraid of Ji Ruolong, and the Permitha Immortal Island wasn't afraid of the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. Although there were frequent battles between the 5 Immortal Islands, there had never been a real battle to the death. Even between the Black Water Immortal Island and Lai Lulu Immortal Island, there had never been a real battle where both sides used their full strength. At most, it was a private grudge and some assassinations. The people of the Ji family didn't look too good. To be inconsolable, Ji family wasn't leaving. She clearly didn't believe in their Ji family and didn't put them in her eyes. To be inconsolable, Ji Ruolong stared at the upper-class woman and said coldly, "You have to think clearly. You weren't my match in the battle back then. If we really fall out today, once we fight, you still won't be able to do it." "Hee, if you didn't mention what happened back then, I would have forgotten. If it wasn't for Ji Furing's guidance, would you have one against me? What a pity. Ji Furing is a heroic genius, but he made such a despicable and shameless friend like you. His daughter's disappearance has something to do with you, right?" To be inconsolable sneered. She wasn't afraid of Ji Ruolong at all. It seemed that she had come prepared today. Impudent. Ji Ruolong didn't want others to mention what happened back then. He was afraid that Ji Furing would snatch his position as the island master, so he was eager to drive Ji Furing away. Now that he thought about it, if Ji Furing and Yu Xianyue were still around, their sacred dynasty Immortal Island would have unified the 5 Immortal Islands, and would definitely be more powerful than today. He released a terrifying pressure and forced it toward to be inconsolable. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if a terrifying battle could break out at any time. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. This was called immortals get hurt when immortals fight. Now it seemed that there was a conflict over there, but no matter which side it was, they could easily kill everyone on their side. The difference in strength was too great. They didn't even have the leeway to bargain, and could only be sold like goods. This feeling was very unpleasant, but Ling Xiao planned to remember it firmly, because this feeling would let him remember the humiliation and do better in the future, to cultivate even harder. Hee, we're all friends. Why is there a need to kill each other? There's no need for that. Suddenly, hearty laughter came from afar. Another group of people had arrived, and this group of people was actually formed by martial artists from the Black Crow Empire. The Black Crow Empire was actually one step ahead of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Even the queen of the Black Crow Empire had arrived. Behind her, other than Tomohiko Kuma, who lost to Ling Xiao on the battlefield back then, the rest were actually all Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. This lineup was not small at all. These years, the Black Crow Empire had been supported by a major force in the White Tiger continent and developed rapidly. They had long broken away from the control of the Black Water Immortal Island, and now their overall strength was probably not inferior to any force in the Five Immortal Island. Because of this, the Raven Queen dared to come here to fight for the two treasures of the Primordial Golden Crow and the Primordial Heavenly Demon. Now, in the entire Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent, the strongest Five Immortal Island and two great empires, 3 forces had already arrived, and the rest were probably still on their way. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He had a grudge with the Ji family of the Immortal Island because he killed Jiying and seriously injured Nan Sha. He also had a grudge with the Permitha Immortal Island because he killed the Sword Demon. He also had a grudge with the Black Crow Empire because he killed Timur Mutu and almost killed Tomohiko Kuma. The 3 forces that had arrived now actually had a deep grudge with him. The Raven Queen of the Black Crow Empire rarely showed her face. This time, she must have come to the sacred Dynasty Immortal Island for the treasures. She probably wouldn't leave until she obtained something. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The treasures that these powerful forces were fighting for were actually in his body. He didn't dare to expose this point, or else he might lose his life. Raven Queen, Shilin Dyer? Ji Ruolong frowned and said, "Isn't the Black Crow Empire a subsidiary force of the Black Water Immortal Island? What qualifications do you have to fight with us for the treasures?" Chapter 1445. That's right. Little Crow, leave obediently. This isn't a place where you can get involved. To be inconsolable frowned and said, although the Black Crow Empire rose quickly, the Five Immortal Island never regarded the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire as equals. In their eyes, only the Five Immortal Island could be on equal footing. Raven Queen didn't care about such contempt. She came here today to prove herself and the Black Crow Empire. Her gaze suddenly fell on Ling Xiao, and a noble and cold smile appeared on her face. It won't be too late to discuss the matter of the immemorial Golden Crow and the immemorial Devil after everyone is here. Right now, we can settle another matter first. Raven Queen's meaning was clear. Black Water Immortal Island, Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, Divine Phoenix Empire, and Canopy Immortal Island would all come. There might even be 7 Martial Grandmaster Island coming to join in the fun. Therefore, she didn't fight for the immemorial Golden Crow or the immemorial Devil now. She could take advantage of the situation later. But now, she wanted to do something else. Settle what? Ji Ruolong asked. Kill Ling Xiao. Raven Queen looked coldly at Ling Xiao on the ground and said coldly, "This person killed my empire's state teacher, Timur Mutu, and captured my son, Tomohiko Kuma. If I don't take revenge, I won't be able to establish my might." Ling Xiao, to be inconsolable, didn't pay attention to the young man on the ground, but when she heard Raven Queen's words, she looked back at Zhongyu Huangquan and asked, "Is he really Ling Xiao?" reporting to Island Master, he is indeed. Zhong Yu Huangquan also just noticed Ling Zhao's existence. His gaze was fixed on Ji Huangtian. Good. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, good. This kid killed a genius disciple of my Permitha Immortal Island. Sword Devil. He truly deserves to die. However, Little Crow, can you let us kill him? To be inconsolable, she sneered. Wait, this person's life belongs to our sacred dynasty's Immortal Island. Ji Ruolong suddenly said. What? This kid even offended your sacred dynasty's Immortal Island? To be inconsolable, she looked at Ji Ruolong in surprise. She was indeed a little surprised. Just where did this kid come from? He'd offended the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island, the Permitha Immortal Island, and the Black Crow Empire at the same time. Wasn't he a little too awesome? Naturally, my grandson, Ji Ying, was killed by him just now. My capable subordinate, Nan Sha, was also injured by him. Let this old man give you a piece of advice. It's best that you don't underestimate this brat. His moves are strange and not to be trifled with. Ji Ruolong said coldly. At this time, the remaining martial artists of the three major forces, as well as those who were being stared at like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, were all dumbfounded. The three major forces actually wanted Ling Zhao's life. Should they say that this Ling Zhao was really unlucky, or was he too good at causing trouble? In the Divine Phoenix Continent, if any of the forces of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, the Permitha Immortal Island, or the Black Crow Empire wanted someone dead, then that person would basically have a hard time living to the next day. Ling Zhao, this guy, had offended all three major forces at the same time. It was likely that he really wouldn't be able to leave this place. So he's really Ling Zhao, the famous celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire, the unparalleled young hero. After Ji Mengmeng confirmed Ling Zhao's identity, his eyes actually revealed a crazy worship. This child probably also had a very strong rebellious mentality, so he really admired Ling Zhao, who dared to challenge the powerful. However, today, could Ling Zhao still be alive? Father, please save him. Ji Mengmeng looked at her father, the patriarch of the Ji family's second branch. It's useless. No one can save someone who has been targeted by your grandfather. Moreover, he actually offended your grandfather to be inconsolable and the Raven Queen at the same time. This is really too daring. Ji Mengmeng's father looked to be a very weak person. His face was pale, and there was a trace of cowardice in his voice. However, his words received the approval of the majority of the crowd. Ling Zhao was really going to die today. Everyone, you've all seen it. Now that they all want my life, do you still intend to stand with me? What shocked everyone again was that this guy Ling Zhao actually didn't have any intention of begging for mercy or running away. Instead, he turned around to look at the 300 people behind him and asked. Finally, there were still over 100 people who chose to leave hesitantly. There were still 120 people left. Brother Ling, although we may not be able to help you much, if there's a need, we'll definitely do our best. That's right, little brother. You saved this old man's life. Even if this old man dies, I'll still help you. At this time, the volcanic elder had just woken up not long ago and his injuries hadn't healed. However, he felt that he couldn't leave Ling Zhao in the lurch. Even if he had to sacrifice his old life, he had to give it his all. You don't have to care about anything. When the battle starts later, all of you retreat in that direction. The further you retreat, the better. Ling Zhao didn't want unfamiliar people to interfere in his battle because that would affect his performance. Moreover, among the remaining 100 or so martial artists, the volcanic elder was the strongest. However, if she dared to make a move, the three major forces would probably be able to kill her easily. There was no point in making a move. After speaking, Ling Xiao turned around to look at the three experts standing in the air. He couldn't help but sneer, and first locked his gaze on the Raven Queen. Timur Mutu and Tomohiko Kuma led an army to attack my Divine Phoenix Empire. On the battlefield, when two armies fight, how could there be no deaths? If there's anyone to blame, blame it on Timur Mutu being too useless and Tomohiko Kuma being too trashy. Otherwise, the one to die wouldn't be them, but me. Now, you say you want revenge. The dignified Queen of the Black Crow Empire, someone who has lived for over 100 years, actually shamelessly wants to seek revenge from me, a 17-year-old youth, and even speaks so righteously. Don't you have any shame? When everyone heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air again. Was Ling Xiao, this brat, planning to go all out? Facing the aggressive Raven Queen, he actually dared to speak like this. Who gave him the guts? Just as they were thinking, Ling Xiao looked at to be inconsolable again, and sneered. And you, old witch Jingjue, your disciple sword demon killed my subordinates and subjects for no reason. Then he barged into Qingshu College, killed my teacher, and even wanted to kill me. Let me ask, what should I do? Choose to forgive him? Or kneel there and be killed by him? What's even more laughable is that your daughter, Zhong Yu, actually used a slave contract to control that sword demon in an attempt to protect him. But she was still killed by me. Compared to Tomohiko Kuma, this guy is trash to the extreme. Moreover, he's incomparably despicable. Speaking of which, Sword Demon was killed by your precious daughter. If you want revenge, the one you should look for is your precious daughter. These words were simply merciless. To be inconsolable was so angry that her face was cloudy and uncertain. She didn't understand what this brat relied on to actually dare to scold her like this. So even though she was angry, she didn't dare to make a move. Chapter 1446. Ling Xiao didn't care about what to be inconsolable thought. Finally, he looked at Ji Ruolong and said, "Old thing, you're even more shameless. Someone killed your family's cultivators, but wanted to drag me down with them. You even got your grandson Ji Ing to bring experts from the giant whale sect to kill me. Hee, your grandson is known as a genius, but in my eyes, he's just a good-for-nothing who was killed by me in one move. Now you want to take revenge on me? Don't forget, when everyone wanted to kill your granddaughter Ji Mengmeng, it was me who protected her, and even fought a fifth Grotto Heaven realm cultivator to the death. Not only should you not blame me, you should thank me instead. A dignified senior. Yet you don't have the demeanor of a senior at all. How disgusting. Damn, this guy is too awesome. He's really not afraid of death. He actually dared to go against the patriarchs of the three major forces. It's not that he's not afraid of death, but that no matter what, he's going to die anyway. There's nothing wrong with him doing this. At least he can die with some dignity. Yeah, if he begs for mercy cowardly, then he'll be despised. The crowd discussed animatedly. At this moment, three powerful auras came from afar. The people from the Divine Phoenix Empire and the everlasting Joy Immortal Island are here. There are even people from the Sky Canopy Immortal Island. The Sky Canopy Immortal Island usually doesn't care about worldly affairs. Why are they so active this time? The person leading the people from the Divine Phoenix Empire wasn't the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang, but the ancestor of the Ice Phoenix clan. It seemed like they also wanted the Primordial Devil and Primordial Golden Crow very much. The most surprising thing was that the Dean of Qingshu College, Zhou Yun, came with this ancestor. This was probably arranged by Feng Yinshan. Good fellow, you want to kill him. What are you planning to do? Ling Xiao is our Divine Phoenix Empire's Heavenly Dragon King. Even if he deserves to die, it should be done by our Divine Phoenix Empire. When was it your turn to judge him? The first thing the ancestor of the Ice Phoenix clan said when he arrived was to help Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he understood. Ling Xiao, had killed Timur Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive for the sake of Divine Phoenix Empire. If this old ancestor really allowed him to be killed by others, then he would not have the face to show others in the future. That's right. Ling Xiao is a student of our Qingshu College. That day, the sword demon caused trouble in our Qingshu College. He killed him to protect the safety of our college. If you want to touch him, you'll have to ask for my permission first. Zhou Yin also spoke. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao saved this old man's life. This old man will definitely not watch as you kill him. Patriarch Everlasting Joy of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island spoke as well. This time, a lot of people were confused. Just what kind of person was Ling Xiao to be able to obtain the protection of so many experts? Wasn't this guy too strong? Canopy Immortal Island also chose to protect Ling Xiao. If the people of Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and Divine Phoenix Empire chose to protect Ling Xiao, it would be understandable. However, Canopy Immortal Island's decision was a little puzzling. Could it be that Canopy Immortal Island was actually related to Ling Xiao in some way? Perhaps seeing that everyone was puzzled, Zhu Tianlin of Canopy Immortal Island stood out and said indifferently, "Perhaps young hero Ling Xiao doesn't know that he unintentionally saved my daughter's life. This old man is never willing to apologize to others. Today, you want to kill Ling Xiao? Definitely not." Although Ling Xiao had offended a lot of people, he had also helped a lot of people at the same time. Therefore, in times of danger, although many people wanted to take his life, there were also many people who wanted to protect him at the same time. The current situation was extremely complicated. If something went wrong, Ling Xiao would cause a terrifying massacre between the major forces. This was not something that everyone wanted to see. Even if it's you, don't tell me you want to stop us from taking revenge. Ji Ruolong was simply filled with anger. On his own sacred dynasty, Immortal Island, he wanted to avenge his grandson, but he was actually stopped by others. How could this not make him angry? It's fine to kill him, but you old things can't do it. Don't tell me that the three major forces don't have any capable young experts. Why do you old things have to do it? The Ice Phoenix clan ancestor said, with a smile. This move of his was actually quite vicious. Not only did it protect Ling Xiao, it also gave the three major forces a way to kill Ling Xiao. Of course, there was a way, but it depended on whether the young experts of the three major forces had the ability to do so. All right, we'll do as you say. Ji Ruolong also knew that in this way, even Zhou Yun, the Everlasting Joy ancestor, and Zhu Tianlin would not be able to intervene. The children and grandchildren of our Ji clan are all outstanding geniuses. Isn't it very simple to kill Ling Xiao? Although he said so, he was calculating in his heart. Ling Xiao had killed Jiying, which meant that he was stronger than Jiying. He had even seriously injured Nansha just now, so he was probably stronger than Nansha. Even if the Ji clan was full of talents, there were really not many who could be stronger than Nansha. Therefore, he turned his head to look at the Raven Queen and said with a smile, "The first to propose to kill Ling Xiao, so let your people do it. Let us see how powerful the 7 kills of the Black Crow Empire are." This old guy was very cunning. The Raven Queen came relatively late and did not have a clear enough understanding of Ling Xiao's strength, so she would definitely be more conceited. Therefore, she would definitely not decline. As expected, the Raven Queen did not disappoint Ji Ruolong. Without turning her head, she asked indifferently, "Who wants to make this contribution for the Empire?" "Mother, let your son do it and completely wash away the stain of the past." Tomohiko Kuma was the first to stand up. In the past, he had lost all face because of Ling Xiao. Now that his cultivation had reached the large success stage, His strength was much stronger than before. In addition, his master, Timur Mutu, had left him a martial arts secret manual. He was confident that today he would definitely not repeat the same mistake. Your Highness, he's just a lowly commoner. If you really want to make a move, then you're thinking too highly of him. Moreover, you can't snatch this contribution from us, right? The one who stood up was the 7th kill of the Black Crow Empire. This person's cultivation was basically equivalent to the 7th phoenix of the Divine Phoenix Empire, but he might be a little weaker. After all, that guy from Phoenix, Cry was really not simple. Jian, leave it to him. First, take a good look and see how much your former enemy has grown. The Raven Queen did not want her son to take any risks. She did not know Ling Xiao very well, but after gathering all the information from various aspects, she felt that this kid was probably not simple. Therefore, it was better to let the 7th kill have a try first. Thank you, Your Highness. The 7th kill showed an excited expression. This person was dressed in black and held a huge axe in his hand. His muscles were very exaggerated. At first glance, it was obvious that this guy should be a strength-type guy. After speaking, the 7th kill did not waste any time and directly chopped down at Ling Xiao with the huge axe in his hand. It was simple and clean to the extreme. Chapter 1447. Ha! The 7th malefic star roared and leapt into the air. A deep pit appeared under his feet, and the ground shook. His sturdy muscles were exposed and filled with explosive power. The giant axe in his hand chopped down at Ling Xiao's head. He was like a ferocious beast. Die, kid! In the air, the 7th malefic star spat out a few words with a ferocious expression. Ling Xiao looked up at the 7th malefic star. He felt like a giant bear swinging a giant axe at him. Every movement was filled with explosive power and deterrence. He was like a grotto heaven beast. He's so strong and he's so fast. How terrifying. Everyone stared at this big guy, and they were all shocked. Logically speaking, the stronger one's body was, the slower one's movements should be. But the 7th malefic star had completely overturned everyone's expectations. His body was huge, but his movements were nimble and free. It was simply stunning. Good. Ling Xiao sneered and swung the sword of light obliteration to meet the attack. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao would not lose to anyone in the Grotto Heaven realm. Although the primordial golden dragon in his body was temporarily sealed, his countless cells had long awakened the terrifying power of the dragon. When his strength erupted, even he was afraid of himself. The sword of light annihilation did not evade, but directly met the giant axe with a clean and efficient strike. Clatter! The giant axe and the giant sword collided. Countless cracks appeared in the space. Then, the two of them were locked in a stalemate in the air. Kid, your strength is not bad. The 7th malefic star was clearly surprised that someone could compete with him in strength. This surprised and excited him. But it's useless. As his voice fell, the 7th malefic star's body rapidly changed. His original human appearance was now reduced to 10 to 20%. His body was still close to that of a human. His entire body was clearly like a giant goat standing upright. At this moment, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the power from the giant axe had become even more terrifying. The goat clan. Ling Xiao had seen the elephant clan, the bear clan, the human clan, and the divine phoenix clan, but he had never seen a goat clan warrior. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. As the power of the giant axe increased, the pair of huge horns on the 7th malefic star's head suddenly changed and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's head. Danger! The martial artists who were looking forward to Ling Xiao being able to continue defeating each enemy were all taken aback when they saw this scene. After all, this attack was too sudden. Even if it was Ling Xiao, would he be able to dodge it? One had to know that both sides were competing in strength. If Ling Xiao wanted to block the attack of the goat horn, his strength would inevitably weaken, and it was very likely that he would be killed by the opponent. The fourth light profound, godly light travel. No one could describe how fast Ling Xiao was. When everyone thought that he couldn't dodge, his body suddenly turned into a white light and retreated dozens of meters. Kacha! Rumble! The goat horn stabbed into the ground, and the giant axe also chopped down. A crack was split open in the ground. This crack actually spread rapidly, approaching Ling Xiao, still full of terrifying attack power. This series of attacks really made people admire the seventh malefic star's strength. His speed wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao, but his attacks were linked together. If the first attack failed, the next attack would immediately follow. He didn't give Ling Xiao the slightest chance to breathe. Break! Ling Xiao stabbed the light destruction sword into the ground and finally shattered the terrifying force. Even so, the scattered energy had left a few scars on his wrist. Although these scars were very small and faint, they almost didn't cause any substantial damage to him. However, such a terrifying attack still left many people astonished. If the seventh malefic star was already so terrifying, then how strong were the other six? The Black Crow Empire had received the support of a major force on the White Tiger continent in recent years. Its development was really rapid, and people couldn't help but be vigilant. The Raven Queen's lips curled into a sneer, and her face was filled with pride and barbarian. The seventh malefic star was extraordinarily talented, and there were remnants of the demon race's bloodline in his body. Ever since his bloodline awakened, he became very powerful and terrifying. In the Black Crow Empire, many warriors would rather challenge the sixth and fifth malefic stars than fight with the seventh malefic star. It wasn't that the seventh malefic star was stronger than the other two, but this guy's fighting style was completely coarse and sharp like a wild beast. Whoever fought with him wouldn't have a good ending. Now, the seventh malefic star's cultivation was at the fifth Grotto Heaven realm. It didn't sound very strong, but ordinary sixth Grotto Heaven realm warriors wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves in front of him. This guy's physical quality was too terrifying. In time, he might even be able to step into the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Ha ha! I thought you were very powerful, kid. You can kill the Imperial Advisor. You must have used some underhanded means. Today, I'll tear you to pieces and avenge the Imperial Advisor. Let's see what other tricks you can use. It should be said that in the initial exchange, he completely suppressed Ling Xiao, so his pride was not without reason. Once again, he brandished the giant axe in his hand, his body leaning forward. The muscles on his two legs suddenly tensed up, as if he was about to shoot out directly. Boom! The next moment, the ground under his feet completely split open, and his body also flew out. Using the terrifying muscle strength of his two legs, his speed almost rose to the limits of what he could achieve. It was even faster than Ling Xiao's flash-light godly travel. His figure flashed, a fierce wind raged, and the water and sand along the way were all swept up. The seventh malefic star seemed to have turned into a massive tornado, charging fiercely at Ling Xiao. Before he arrived, a terrifying pressure already sealed off any direction Ling Xiao attempted to dodge. What a guy! Fortunately, my cultivation broke through to the fourth Grotto Heaven realm before. Otherwise, I really would have fallen at this guy's hands. Unfortunately, the duration of the human monarch's power is getting shorter and shorter. I used it to deal with Nansha just now, and it's already exhausted. Now, I can only rely on my own abilities to deal with him. Fortunately, I haven't used my full strength yet. Ling Xiao really admired this seventh malefic star. This guy's strength was really much stronger than the 8th, 9th, and 10th Phoenix Sons he met in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Those few pieces of trash would probably be killed in one move if they met this guy. From this, it could be seen that the so-called 10 Phoenix Sons of the Divine Phoenix Empire had probably been wasted by that idiot Fengming Wuliang. The true experts were probably all in the morality courtyard. Since he couldn't dodge, Ling Xiao didn't plan on dodging. At that moment, a red sun appeared behind him. Then, the fire dragon sword domain that was shattered by Ji Huangtian formed again. Fire dragons wandered in the void, completely surrounding his body. Chapter 1448. Within the fire dragon sword domain, those small fire dragons were clearly streaks of sword energy, but because of the dragon sword art, they had mutated. Not only did they maintain the sword energy's original power, but they also had a fiery burning effect. Combined with the divine sword of light, their power was naturally even greater. What's that? His paradise domain. Why do I feel a bit of the dragon sword art's aura? Ji Ruolong looked at Ling Xiao's fire dragon sword domain and frowned. Although he felt that it had the aura of the dragon sword art, he couldn't be certain. Dragonbind. Ling Xiao stared at the charging seventh malignant star and spat out those words coldly. Then, countless fire dragons danced in the air and charged at seventh malignant star. One of the fire dragons crashed into seventh malignant star's body and shattered, but it quickly regenerated and stuck to seventh malignant star's body. A second one, a third one. The dense fire dragon sword chi completely tied up seventh malefic star, which was charging over. Seventh malefic star's speed suddenly decreased, and his charge came to a halt. Funeral. Another voice rang out from Ling Xiao's mouth. A series of explosions sounded from seventh malignant star's body, causing one's heart to tremble. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't think that this funeral would be able to kill seventh malignant star, so he immediately wielded the sword of light obliteration and shot out, stabbing towards seventh malignant star's throat. No matter how strong his opponent's body was, the throat was always a weak point. As long as he pierced it, he would die without a doubt. Roar. A monstrous roar suddenly sounded, and with seventh malignant star as the center, terrifying elemental energy ripples erupted. One fire dragon after another shattered. Even Ling Xiao was blocked outside of the attack range, unable to continue forward. That terrifying roar was probably a special martial art. Combined with his innate bloodline power, it was truly terrifying. Ha ha ha. Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect you to have such tricks up your sleeves. Looks like I'll be able to properly warm up today. Seventh malignant star shook his body. Other than some charred areas on his clothes, his entire body seemed to be unharmed. This guy's defensive power was truly terrifying. Do you think you are the only one with a grotto heaven domain? The seventh malefic star sneered. Around him, a pitch-black curtain of darkness descended. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt a strong pressure pressing down on him, almost bending his body. Then, the elemental domain energy in his body was being consumed continuously. Demonic domain. The seventh fiend stated the name of his grotto heaven domain. This kind of terrifying domain could actually continuously exhaust the opponent's domain essence energy, and even suppress the opponent's performance. It could not be said that it was not terrifying. At the same time, a huge goat demon phantom appeared behind him. This huge goat demon was crimson and was 4 or 5 meters tall. It held a huge scythe in its hand and stared at Ling Xiao with bloodshot eyes. Its intense killing intent had already fused with the killing intent of the seventh fiend. Do you still have a chance of winning now? The seventh fiend sneered and shouted, "Martial soul fusion!" At that moment, the martial soul behind him disappeared and fused into his body, and his body also became incomparably huge in that instant. His originally 2-meter tall figure had now grown to 4 or 5 meters. The huge axe in his hand had also become a huge scythe. It glowed with a blood-red light. It was very strange. When he looked up at his opponent, it was as if he were looking at a small mountain. However, Ling Xiao's gaze was still calm. Roar! Roaring again, the huge 7th fiend leaned forward again. The muscles in his legs tensed, but this time they were even more powerful and majestic than before. Before his body could rush out, huge cracks began to appear on the ground. Boom! Like a terrifying storm, it suddenly shot out. In just an instant, that huge blood-red sickle had already completely covered Ling Xiao. Die, despicable human! A huge body, a terrifying killing intent, and a cold voice. If this scythe touched Ling Xiao's body would definitely be split in two. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be far from it. You really make me very excited. Ling Xiao's body trembled. He had met so many 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, but this was the one that really made him excited. Too strong. However, the stronger his opponent was, the more excited he became. This was because every time he broke through and became stronger, it was after a difficult battle. Burn! Fire Dragon Sword Domain. Ling Xiao didn't retreat. The Fire Dragon Sword Domain suddenly burned wildly, and the Scarlet Sun behind him also crazily absorbed the Scarlet Sun power in the sky. Fuse! The Fire Dragon Sword Domain and the Sword of Annihilation completely fused together. A huge fire dragon formed in Ling Xiao's hand, and then it roared and pounced towards the 7th fiend. As it pounced, it spat out flames from its mouth. The 7th fiend was actually forced to stop his attack by the balls of fire dragon. Once again, his attack was stopped by Ling Xiao. He was very angry, but at the same time excited. If it was too easy to kill his opponent, then it would be too boring. The more trouble Ling Xiao could cause, the greater the sense of accomplishment in killing Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao's body was completely bathed in a scarlet gold light. The Scarlet Sun behind him had completely turned scarlet gold. The rising sun transformation had turned into the ardent sun transformation. The sunlight was even more dazzling, and its power was even more ferocious. The absorption of the Scarlet Sun power also became faster. What kind of martial arts is this guy cultivating? How can he directly absorb the Scarlet Sun power? He's only a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. This kid must have some secret on him. So what if he has a secret? No matter how strong he is, he won't survive. Against the 7th fiend, he has no chance. Those who supported Ling Xiao and those who opposed Ling Xiao argued. However, no one could convince the other because the battle was still going on. Looking at the way the battle was going, no one would know the result until the last moment. Ling Xiao's martial arts were terrifying. However, the 7th fiend's bloodline and martial soul were even more terrifying. Break for me. The 7th fiend, who had been forced to stop by the fire dragon, roared and slashed out dozens of times with the blood-red scythe in his hand. The fire dragon was cut into pieces, and in the end, it collapsed and turned into little sparks. Let's see what you can do. The 7th fiend sneered and pounced on Ling Xiao again. He was just as fast. Ling Xiao just looked at the 7th fiend indifferently and muttered to himself, "It seems that the ardent sun transformation can't deal with this guy. I have to continue increasing my power." Ardent sun transformation. Boom. In that instant, the red sun behind Ling Xiao grew even larger, from its original reddish-gold color to a crimson red. Moreover, it was at least 10 times larger than before. Cracks appeared on the terrifying red fireball, as if it was a red sun that was about to explode. Chapter 1449. At that moment, the fire dragon, which had been shattered, reformed once again. Moreover, the color of the fire dragon had turned crimson. The light was even brighter than before. It can become stronger? Is the crimson sun behind him a martial soul? It's hard to say. It should be a martial soul or a part of a martial soul. Otherwise, how could he absorb the power of the crimson sun and transform it into a power that he can use? This is incredible. Ji Ruolong, Zhou Yun, Zhu Tianlin to be inconsolable, and the other experts were shocked. They were considered the top experts of the previous 2 continents, but they had never seen such a martial soul or such a cultivation technique. A celestial martial soul was not something that mortals could possess. It was said that only those guys from the Immortal Court continent had such a terrifying martial soul. Ling Xiao could actually possess such a terrifying martial art and martial soul. This guy must have some secrets that others did not know about. The huge crimson divine dragon reformed once again. It raised its crimson head and looked down on all living beings. Dragon of destruction, wrath of the sun, Ling Xiao roared in the void and slashed at the 7th malefic star with both hands. The huge crimson divine dragon pounced at the 7th malefic star at the same time. When the crimson divine dragon soared, the surrounding air was filled with a strong burnt smell. The blazing power was crazily released. What an overbearing move, but it's useless. The 7th malefic star looked serious. The huge crimson scythe actually started to spin in his strange giant hand, and it was getting faster and faster. Then a gust of wind turned into a huge beast and pounced on the crimson divine dragon. The beast was constantly torn apart. However, as the gust of wind continued to gather, the number of beasts seemed to never end. They kept delaying the crimson divine dragon's attack. Sparks flew everywhere. The fireballs that fell to the ground were like meteorites that weighed dozens of kilograms. The surrounding warriors were so frightened that they all moved away. This was not a battle between a 4th Grotto Heaven realm warrior and a 5th Grotto Heaven realm warrior. Such a battle scene should belong to a battle between the top 20 warriors on the Dragon Phoenix list. It was too shocking and dazzling. It was so terrifying that it made people tremble. The red dragon seemed to have run out of energy and returned to Ling Xiao's hand, transforming into a giant sword. However, the 7th fiend's aura was still so powerful that it was suffocating. It was as if he would never tire. Your tricks are over. What else do you have that can block my attacks? A victorious smile appeared on the 7th Bane's face. This caused many of Ling Xiao's supporters to grumble inwardly. This was simply an unfair battle. In terms of cultivation, the 7th malefic star was higher than Ling Xiao. Furthermore, the 7th malefic star had both the power of his bloodline and his martial soul. It wasn't easy for Ling Xiao to hold on until now. It was almost impossible for him to escape unscathed from the 7th fiend's attack. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Just now, who was the one who said that he could easily kill me? But now, we've been fighting for a quarter of an hour and you haven't even touched my clothes. My attacks have at least injured you, although it's only a light injury. Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. This caused many people to be puzzled. In the face of such a ferocious 7th malefic star, what exactly did he rely on to remain so calm? Could it be that he still had some tricks up his sleeve? If you don't accept it, I'll beat you until you do. The 7th malefic star was very unhappy with Ling Xiao's stubbornness. He decided to completely crush Ling Xiao with an unstoppable momentum and make this lowly human submit to him. However, Ling Xiao only looked at him indifferently. Sword Spirit's eye, Immortal Sword. The Immortal Sword was a sword stronger than the Sword of Slaughter and Sword of Destruction. Fuse. The Immortal Sword fused with the Divine Sword of Light. Immortal Sword of Light, Stormy Sun Change. Ling Zhao's voice was still very calm. However, his moves were incomparably brilliant. The Stormy Sun Change was a special phenomenon that occurred when the Scarlet Sun was about to collapse. The last of its energy was completely released because it was about to die. This kind of transformation, although the temporary combat power was very strong, but the ability to sustain it was very problematic. Therefore, it was blocked by the seventh malefic star just now. However, this time, the combination of the Stormy Sun Change and the Immortal Sword of Light was completely different. The Immortal Sword would multiply endlessly and never be destroyed. His battle strength could be maintained crazily. Ling Zhao's incomparably terrifying domain of origin energy could also be completely used continuously. When the sword was drawn, it transformed into a dragon. It was also a dragon, but it was green in color. The second style of the dragon sword technique, Green Dragon Indestructible, nourishes all things. Ling Zhao's sword domain had also completely turned green, as if it had endless vitality. Everyone stared at the green dragon, their eyes filled with incomparable surprise. This was formed by a sword light, but the strange thing was that one could not feel the sharp sword light and killing intent. However, even if there was no killing intent, it made one feel a kind of innate uneasiness and fear. This sword actually had the terrifying concept of indestructibility. Ji Ruolong was, of course, the most excited. Seeing this scene, he was sure that the immortal sword intent left behind by his ancestor, Ji Chang, must have been taken away by Ling Zhao. But why did this immortal sword intent feel so weak? He thought that he understood, thought that he was sure, but he was confused again. Could it be that this kid had comprehended the same sword intent because of the immortal sword intent? Was his talent actually so outstanding? Ji Ruolong was really unwilling to believe his own judgment. Could Ling Zhao's comprehension have surpassed his grandson, Ji Huangtian? After all, even Ji Huangtian had not been recognized by the immortal sword intent. He was thinking and puzzling. On the other side, the seventh malefic star felt a terrifying sword intent, as if it was going to break through his body and dismember his meridians. He did not understand. Ling Zhao was clearly only a martial artist at the fourth Grotto Heaven realm. Where did he hide such a huge power in his body that could actually exceed his expectations time and time again? Such a dazzling attack. He actually felt a huge pressure. Roar. The dignity of the heavenly demon bloodline made him unable to accept this kind of humiliation. He roared, and the blood-red scythe in his hand collided with the turquoise divine dragon. In an instant, the shadow of a giant sword appeared behind Ling Zhao, but it disappeared in a flash. Under the cover of the crimson sun's sunlight, no one noticed. But Ling Zhao felt it. When he used the immortal sword, the powerful immortal sword intent sealed in his body actually stirred. He forcibly extracted a part of its power and integrated it into the attack. In that instant, the power of the attack increased exponentially. Oh no! The Raven Queen saw the horror of this attack. Unfortunately, as the Queen of the Black Crow Empire, she really could not bring herself to help the seventh malefic star. Moreover, if she did, those who wanted to help Ling Zhao standing next to her would definitely not let it go. Chapter 1450. In Raven Queen's view, once the Yinyang realm martial artists started fighting, the situation would be completely chaotic. Even she might not be able to walk out of here alive. It was not worth it for the seventh fiend. Chi. An ear-piercing sound rang out. The azure dragon bypassed the blood-red scythe and bit off the seventh fiend's arm. Black and red blood splattered out. The seventh fiend was enraged. His ferocious face was filled with terrifying, murderous intent. At this moment, he was completely under the control of the heavenly demon bloodline and completely possessed. No one could stop his terrifying murderous intent until he died. Kill! 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 A terrifying roar resounded in the sky. The seventh fiend pounced at Ling Xiao, completely disregarding his severed arm. The terrifying blood-red scythe slashed down at Ling Xiao's neck. Sword come! The azure dragon turned back into a long sword, shining with a purple light. Die! This sword was like the most dazzling starlight in the starry sky. It instantly slashed across the seventh fiend's neck. A bloody scar was formed there. Then, driven by the immortal sword intent, the scar grew larger and larger. In the end, the arrogant head fell to the ground, dying with remaining grievances. Looking at the corpse, Ling Xiao sighed softly. You took so long to deal with a fifth Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Even if you die, you should be proud. When people heard this, they could not help being stunned. He actually said that. What did he mean? Could it be that he had never taken the seventh fiend seriously from the very beginning? Did he think that a fifth Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was not that difficult to deal with? This guy was really arrogant. However, when everyone looked at the seventh fiend's corpse, they all felt that Ling Xiao was arrogant, but his strength gave him the right to be arrogant. Many people thought that he had already used all his strength, but in fact, only Ling Xiao knew that he still had a trump card that he had not revealed yet. One had to know that he was only using a part of the mountain and river martial soul, the Scarlet Sun power, and it was already so terrifying. If he fully released the power of the mountain and river martial spirit, how many moves could the seventh malefic star withstand? The warriors of the Black Crow Empire had ugly expressions. The martial artists from the Ji family and the Permitha Celestial Island had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they could laugh at the death of the seventh fiend, they understood. The seventh malefic star was strong enough, but even such a strong guy was killed by Ling Xiao in the end. Just how terrifying was this Ling Xiao? Raven Queen glared at Ling Xiao. The first time she heard of Ling Xiao's name was during the battle in the northern desert. At that time, Ling Xiao seemed to be just a heaven realm martial artist, and his cultivation was not high, only around 7 stars heaven. In her eyes, he was simply an insignificant ant. However, this ant had completely ruined her meticulously laid plans. He had even killed her grand tutor and captured her son alive. At that time, she knew that if Ling Xiao did not die sooner or later, he would be a disaster. But even so, she still didn't expect that only half a year had passed, and that insignificant ant from the past had actually become so terrifying. The seventh malefic star under her command had been killed so easily by this kid. This was simply unacceptable. Challenging someone above one's level was not considered special in the mystic world. However, under normal circumstances, it was normal for a genius martial artist to challenge an ordinary martial artist by 1 or even 2 levels. However, the seventh malefic star was no ordinary martial artist. He was a genius. Ling Xiao had killed the seventh malefic star so easily with his 4th Grotto Heaven realm cultivation. How terrifying was his combat strength? The experts had watched the entire battle from beginning to end. Ling Xiao had not used any special techniques to defeat the seventh malefic star. Ling Xiao was indeed more skilled in this aspect. Every strike and every move he made didn't waste a single bit of his inner energy. Every move he made was executed to the point of perfection. However, this alone would have been impossible for him to defeat the seventh malefic star. This was because when one's strength reached a certain level, all techniques would become meaningless. This was the principle of one strong person can defeat 10 skilled martial artists. Ling Xiao had defeated the seventh malefic star by relying on his own combat strength. In other words, although his cultivation was only at the fourth grotto heaven realm, the strength he could display had already surpassed the seventh malefic stars. Unfortunately, the seventh malefic star did not know this. The experts even had a feeling that Ling Xiao had broken through the realm of heaven and earth control that countless yin-yang realm martial artists had failed to achieve. This was an illusory realm that belonged to martial artists. It was very difficult to grasp and even more difficult to comprehend. And this realm was above the realm of unity of man and nature. Even Ji Furing, who was hailed as the #1 genius of the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continent, had only comprehended unity of man and nature at the age of 17. However, Ling Xiao had reached a higher level. This guy's achievements and talent in martial arts were simply unmatched. The powerhouses looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated look in their eyes. If such a genius survived, he would definitely become a powerhouse in the future. Even the immortals of the immortal court continent would be very wary of him. Perhaps the human race would be revived, and the grand occasion of thousands of races would reappear. However, reality was very cruel. Many factions wanted to recruit such a genius. If they failed, they would definitely choose to kill him. Young hero, be careful! Just as Ling Xiao cut off the seventh malefic star's head and looked up at the Raven Queen, he suddenly heard the volcanic elder's cry of alarm. Ling Xiao instinctively dodged. Then he felt his body being heavily bombarded by something. Then his internal organs began to churn. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He controlled his body in the air and continued to retreat. At the same time, he looked behind him. He was shocked to find that the headless seventh malefic star had actually stood up. The blow just now had come from this guy's vicious punch. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body was strong enough. Otherwise, this punch would have been enough to send him to the afterlife. At this time, Ling Xiao discovered something even more shocking. The headless seventh malefic star actually walked to where his head was, picked it up with both hands, and put it back on his neck. Black marks flickered on his neck. A moment later, his tightly shut eyes opened again. This kid has actually stimulated the heavenly demon bloodline to this extent. It seems that I worried for nothing. The Raven Queen also seemed a little surprised. The heavenly demon bloodline had a special characteristic. As long as it was fully stimulated and reached 100% perfect bloodline, one would have a perfect body. In this case, even if a martial artist lost an arm, a leg, or even a head, he would not die, unless the demon core condensed from the bloodline was destroyed. Chapter 1451. Although the seventh malefic star did not have an immortal body, how could an ordinary martial artist have such ability? Anyone would think that their opponent would die after their head was cut off and would definitely be careless. As a result, they would be ambushed. Someone like Ling Xiao was really unlucky. The seventh malefic star touched the wound on his neck that could no longer be completely healed. Although it was no longer bleeding, that ugly scar would remain forever. His eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. The heavenly demon bloodline has been perfectly awakened. Kid, I should thank you. If you hadn't killed me, I wouldn't have accidentally awakened the heavenly demon bloodline. The seventh malefic star coldly looked at Ling Xiao as his body continued to change. His originally huge, goat-like body did not change, but his skin became darker and a pair of huge black flesh wings rapidly formed on his back. And his height was 2 or 3 meters taller than before, like a towering mountain. If that punch landed, it would probably shatter the earth. Ah, power. I felt an endless amount of power. This kind of feeling is really too good. The seventh malefic star flapped his flesh wings and flew up, so excited that his entire body trembled. His body seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy, and in his eyes, Ling Xiao seemed to have become an ant not worth mentioning. His gaze became even more contemptuous than before. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the seventh malefic star, his expression still indifferent. No one knew what he was thinking. Only Ling Xiao himself knew that this time he had encountered real trouble. After his bloodline was completely awakened, the seventh malefic star's cultivation instantly broke through to the sixth grotto heaven realm, and his combat strength soared to a terrifying level. Against such a person, with his current strength, if he only used ordinary means, it would be impossible for him to kill the other party. Do I have to use the human king's power again? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. There were 4 strands of the human king's power left. If he used it again, there would only be 3 left. But he had to use it now. If he did not use the human king's power, he would have to use the mountain river martial spirit. At that time, it would be even more troublesome. He gently twisted his neck. Ling Xiao released the 6th strand of the human king's power in his body. In this way, his strength was much closer to the 7th malefic stars. But this was still not enough. Light sword domain, fire dragon burning the heavens. Dark sword domain, black dragon swallowing the heavens. Destructive light sword, violent change. Dark slaughter soul extinguish. Light and darkness. Destruction and slaughter. Fire dragon and black dragon at this moment. Ling Xiao was simply an amalgamation of contradictions. Half of his body was pure and holy, while the other half was extremely dark and evil. Roar. The huge fire dragon and black dragon let out shocking roars. Their huge eyes stared at the 7th fiend in the distance, staring at that monster. At the same time, a pair of wings appeared on Ling Xiao's back. Half of it was the moon, while the other half was the sun. The sun, moon wings. Ling Xiao's body was bathed in the baptism of all the elements. Lin Tian have a domains Lin Tian domain. Is this brat courting death? To be inconsolable, she frowned. Hee, this is something you don't know. Back in the city of Sin, Ling Xiao had also unleashed 2 sword realms at the same time. It's just that it wasn't as terrifying as today. How long has it been since then? This little fella's strength has truly risen to such a terrifying level. Old Ancestor Changle said, with a chuckle. He had always been interested in Ling Xiao. It was the same in the city of Sin, and it was still the same today. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's talent was definitely the best since ancient times. Even the sovereign personages of the past might not be able to compare to this brat. If this kid could truly grow up, then the everlasting joy Immortal Island would be able to develop even better with his help. The 2 divine dragons stared at the heavenly demon in the sky. The 3 pairs of eyes were filled with incomparable madness and bloodlust. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with a domineering aura that looked down on everything. With his strength exploding to such an extent, Ling Xiao had absolute confidence that he could kill the 7th malefic star. Didn't you activate the heavenly demon bloodline? Then I'll completely crush you. Do you still want to be resurrected after that? Die. At this moment, the 7th malefic star had no fear. There was only murderous intent in his eyes. With a roar from his mouth, his huge black wings flapped. In an instant, a violent wind raged. The waves on the black water lake churned, and the sand and stones on the ground flew. It was as if a monster had descended. Go! Ling Xiao pointed at the 7th malefic star with both hands. The fire dragon and the black dragon shot out at the same time. One was formed by the sword of light of destruction, while the other was formed by the sword of darkness of massacre. Both of them possessed extremely terrifying strength. Boom! The space between heaven and earth was suddenly torn apart and distorted. A terrifying collision occurred in the void. The two divine dragons and the heavenly demon collided. The resulting destructive power was simply terrifying. All the demonic beasts within a radius of a few hundred miles prostrated themselves on the ground. They trembled in fear and did not dare to escape. Ling Zhao's sword realm is really powerful. He didn't even flinch in the face of the seventh malefic star, with the perfect bloodline. The people who supported Ling Zhao were all very excited. They had thought that after the seventh malefic star was resurrected, Ling Zhao would die. But now it seemed that it would not be so easy to kill Ling Zhao. "I want you to die. I want you to die." The seventh malefic star's roar grew louder and louder. His body was shrouded in black gas. Sacrifice! As his voice rang out, hundreds of warriors were swallowed by the seventh malefic star. Screams rang out one after another, but in the end, there was no more sound. Those warriors had abandoned Ling Zhao because they did not believe in Ling Zhao. At this moment, they did not know how much regret they felt in their hearts. After the sacrifice, the seventh malefic star's strength instantly skyrocketed. It seemed as if he would break through the two divine dragons' obstruction. Ling Zhao frowned slightly. What kind of bullshit martial arts did the seventh malefic star cultivate? It was actually so cruel. Even if he did not sympathize with the warriors who had been sacrificed, this martial arts still made him feel disgusted. "Since you want to kill me so much, I'll kill you first." Ling Zhao's cold voice rang out. The sun-moon divine wings on his back grew even larger. In the sky, the dazzling red sun seemed as if it would be pulled down. A large amount of light poured onto the wings without hesitation. "You can't kill me," the seventh malefic star sneered. "You'll know once you try." Ling Zhao sneered. Suddenly, he did something that many people did not expect. "Come at night." With this order, night fell. Although it was only a change in the surrounding space of tens of meters, this strange situation once again made the mouths of countless martialists drop open. As night fell, Ling Zhao and the seventh malefic star were shrouded in darkness. Even someone as strong as Ji Ruolong could not see through the darkness. Chapter 1452. What is he trying to do? Doesn't he know that darkness is the heavenly demon bloodline's favorite color? The cultivators were shocked and confused by Ling Zhao's actions. In the next moment, the evil and sinister aura in the night became even more intense. A smug smile appeared on the Raven Queen's lips again, although she didn't understand why that stupid boy Ling Zhao would do such a stupid thing. No one but the seventh malefic could emit such a powerful and sinister aura. The terrifying aura caused many cultivators with lower cultivations to tremble and turn pale. Too evil, too terrifying. It was a kind of fear that could make people collapse. What a pity! That boy's brain suddenly short-circuited. How could he do such a stupid thing? The Ice Phoenix clan ancestor shook his head. In his opinion, it was stupid to deliberately create a curtain of darkness that could block out light while fighting a cultivator with the heavenly demon bloodline. There was no other explanation other than stupidity. However, Zhou Yun, who understood Ling Zhao better, had a different opinion. When Ling Zhao attacked with both swords, the black dragon transformed from the dark demon sword had a terrifying and sinister aura that didn't lose to the seventh malefics. He must have his reasons for doing so. However, not many people thought the same way as him. In particular, the cultivators of the Black Crow Empire all had contemptuous smiles on their faces. The seventh malefic had fully awakened his heavenly demon bloodline. Even cultivators with higher cultivations than him didn't dare to fight him in the dark. Therefore, they were waiting for Ling Zhao's corpse to be thrown out of the curtain of darkness. No, perhaps not even his bones would be left. the seventh malefic, who had fully transformed into a heavenly demon, would eat people. Roar! Suddenly, a loud and clear roar came from the curtain of darkness. Ripples appeared in the pitch-black night sky as if it was about to collapse because of this. However, after a short while, the curtain of darkness returned to normal. However, everyone who heard that roar knew that it was the seventh malefic's roar. That kind of roar had been heard many times outside. However, this time, there was a strong sense of anxiety and unease in the roar. There was even some anger and disbelief. What happened? Raven Queen was also stunned. She couldn't have misheard Seventh Fiend's voice, but she couldn't understand why he would let out such a terrified roar. The other warriors of the Black Crow Empire were also stunned. The confidence on their faces had completely turned into worry. The ancestor of the Ice Phoenix clan also looked at the night sky in astonishment. She tried to use her powerful soul power to penetrate it. Unfortunately, it was useless. That night was too strange. It was vast and boundless, like an endless universe. Once he released his spiritual strength, he would feel despair and powerlessness. Even an old man like him almost got into trouble. He pulled out his soul power in fear. This kid's martial spirit is quite remarkable. He mumbled to himself as his interest in Ling Xiao grew. At this moment, the terrifying and eerie aura reached its peak. People could even faintly see a huge black shadow in the night sky. No one could tell what it was because the shadow was too indistinct. However, the terrifying and eerie power contained within the shadow was absolutely real. This time it wasn't a roar, but a miserable scream. The scream was filled with fear and pain, and even helplessness and desolation. It was as if he saw his tragic fate and was powerless to change it. The desolation made many people tremble. It sounds like Seventh Fiend's scream. What happened? I don't know. Did Seventh Fiend encounter some terrifying monster in there? What monster? There's someone else in there besides Ling Xiao. Does Ling Xiao also have some bloodline power? They were confused. Everyone was confused. The Black Raven Empire's martial artists had fallen into a state of shock and confusion. Raven Queen's expression became extremely ugly. Even an idiot would know what happened in the night sky. However, they didn't know what that terrifying night sky was made of. Even the soul power of an Yin-Yang realm warrior couldn't disperse it. Demon, you're the real demon. Don't kill me. The scream stopped abruptly. The night sky finally calmed down. The scene at this moment was extremely strange. Everyone stared at the pitch-black night sky, wanting to know what had happened. Night sky! Ling Xiao's voice sounded. The night sky gradually dispersed, and everyone finally saw the scene in the night sky. A youth sat there domineeringly, sitting on a corpse that was 7 or 8 meters tall. He was holding a purple crystal-like object in his hand, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile that was not a smile. That's a heavenly demon crystal. Yes, a heavenly demon crystal is also called a demon core. It's a purple crystal and emits powerful dark energy. It can't be wrong. Look at Seventh Fiend's chest. Everyone discovered that there was a huge hole in Seventh Fiend's chest, and the demon core inside had disappeared. Looking at Ling Xiao, everyone's eyes flashed, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Some were shocked, some were angry, some were happy, and some were terrified. At the last moment of his life, what did Seventh Fiend see? Why did he shout demon? This guy is too terrifying. I wouldn't want to provoke him even if you beat me to death. He actually pulled out the demon core of Seventh Fiend's fully awakened heavenly demon bloodline. Yes, I almost peed my pants. Looking at the domineering and somewhat sinister youth, Many warriors felt a strong sense of dread and even fear in their hearts. They had no idea how Ling Xiao had killed Seventh Fiend, but the huge demon core in Ling Xiao's hand explained everything. Compared to Seventh Fiend, this guy was more like a demon. The warriors of the Black Crow Empire could not believe this was real. Raven Queen could not believe it either. If Ling Xiao had killed Seventh Fiend, who had not fully awakened his heavenly demon bloodline, they would have been shocked, but they could still accept it. But at this moment, they really could not accept it. Seventh Fiend, who had fully awakened his heavenly demon bloodline, was definitely not someone ordinary people could provoke. That kind of terror was enough to make many warriors on the Dragon Phoenix list tremble. But Ling Xiao had killed him, and from the looks of it, it was very easy. Other than a few insignificant wounds on his body, he was almost unharmed. Those who want to kill me better be prepared to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but his expression told everyone that if they wanted to kill him, they might die at his hands. This demon core is not bad. I'll reluctantly accept it. Ling Xiao was still sitting firmly on Seventh Fiend's head, holding the huge demon core in his hand. It looked like he was about to drool. Chapter 1453. To an outsider, this was still a corpse, but only Ling Xiao knew that the insides of this corpse had been completely destroyed by his sword energy. Not only did he want to take the Seventh Fiend's demon crystal, but he also wanted to completely destroy this guy's body. This way, it would be difficult for him to revive. Gotcha! Ling Xiao actually opened his mouth and crushed the demon crystal, eating it bite by bite. Does he not want to live? That magic crystal contains an extremely terrifying dark energy. Unless that guy is also a demon. Everyone fell silent because they thought of the Seventh Fiend's cry before he died. Could this Ling Xiao really not be human at all, but a terrifying demon? Gotcha! Gotcha! The sound of chewing the demon crystal constantly rang out, and the air was filled with an extremely strange and oppressive aura. The martial artists of the Black Crow Empire were thoroughly enraged. Ling Xiao was provoking them. He had actually eaten the Seventh Fiend's demon crystal in front of them. How could they tolerate this? Mother, let me go kill him, Tomohiko Kuma shouted. Seeing Ling Xiao kill the Seventh Fiend, he seemed to recall the death of his master, Timur Mutu. His anger once again accumulated. I'll go. A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out from behind Tomohiko Kuma. The Sixth Fiend. The Sixth Fiend was stronger than the Seventh Fiend. Even if the Seventh Fiend's heavenly demon bloodline was fully awakened, he was still inferior to the Sixth Fiend. This was something that the people of the Black Crow Empire were very clear about. Most of the martial artists of the entire Divine Phoenix continent were very clear about this. But very few people knew that the Sixth and Seventh Fiend were a pair of lovers. The Sixth Fiend was a woman. Although she always covered her face, those who were familiar with her knew that she liked the Seventh Fiend. The two of them had even had intimate relations. Ling Xiao had killed the Seventh Fiend, so how could she just sit by and watch? Your Majesty, that person can only be killed by me. Although your Highness's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds and is no longer inferior to mine, you know my relationship with the Seventh Fiend. Sixth Fiend spoke very slowly and methodically. He seemed to be a very calm person. Even I don't want to provoke this girl. She's very troublesome. Within the Permitha Immortal Islands formation, Zhong Yu Huangquan frowned and said, in the past, he had also wanted to obtain this woman, but in the end, he had suffered a hidden loss. Although the sixth malefic star was definitely no match for him, this girl had a very uncomfortable ability. If things went wrong, he would be at a disadvantage. The Sixth Fiend also had a bloodline power, and it had perfectly awakened even earlier. She was a member of the soul race. Her martial soul was perfectly compatible with her bloodline, allowing her to erupt with terrifying power. Ji Huangtian also frowned. If he didn't want to meet any enemies, then this sixth malefic was definitely one of them. Martialists who were proficient in soul martial arts were very difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao is really dead this time. The sixth fiend's strength might not be much stronger than the seventh fiend's on the surface, but her soul power is enough to send Ling Xiao to hell. Tomohiko Kuma glanced at the sixth fiend and nodded. All right, you go. You're more suitable than me. He knew that although his talent was stronger and his strength would likely surpass the sixth malignant star during the Dragon Phoenix selection, the sixth malignant star's soul strength had always made him fearful. I'll allow it. The Raven Queen also nodded in agreement. Many thanks. The sixth fiend walked out of the formation and looked eerily at Ling Xiao. Technique. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi, so he was very sensitive to secret techniques, like techniques. It seemed like the sixth fiend was a skill-based martialist. It definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with her. However, it was still a little too early for him to submit and make him feel fear. Just because of this, the teleportation array is about to be set up. I don't need to waste any more time with them. Ling Xiao knew very well that these so-called large factions were very shameless. If one wasn't a match for him, they would definitely take turns to fight him. Even if Ling Xiao was truly invincible, he would probably be exhausted to death by the tactic of taking turns to fight him. Therefore, he wouldn't foolishly continue to wait for a fight. As long as he escaped into the primeval forest, given his ability, those large factions wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The Black Crow Empire is really shameless. Why don't you all come at me together? That way, I won't have to deal with you one by one. These words sounded like arrogant clamor, but in fact, they were full of mockery. If the seventh fiend was killed, the sixth fiend would be sent out. If the sixth fiend was killed, would the fifth fiend be sent out as well? Until Ling Xiao was killed, this kind of method was indeed despicable. Are you afraid? Raven Queen sneered. Ha, you don't have to provoke me. I'm not a fool. I can fight her, but you have to make a promise in front of everyone. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Raven Queen said disdainfully, what if I want to negotiate with you? Do you really want to kill Ling Xiao by taking turns to fight him shamelessly like Ling Xiao said? Zhu Tianlin, the island master of Tianpeng Immortal Island, stood out and said, although Zhu Tianlin usually doesn't show his strength wouldn't lose to any of the island masters of Five Immortal Island. Therefore, his words carried a lot of weight. Raven Queen could ignore Ling Xiao's words, but she had to consider Zhu Tianlin's words. Since Island Master Zhu has spoken, then tell me, what kind of promise do you want me to make? Raven Queen frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. It's very simple. If I defeat the sixth fiend, you are not allowed to attack me again. Otherwise, you will become a tortoise. Ling Xiao pointed to the sky and said with a smile, the mystic world was a place with laws. One must be very careful when making an oath, because once the oath is broken, the punishment will really come true. That's impossible. I can only promise that I will never attack you again on the sacred dynasty's immortal island. Raven Queen shook her head. Okay, as you wish. Ling Xiao didn't expect the Black Crow Empire to let him go so easily. He put forward such a condition, of course, just to ask for a sky-high price and wait for the other party to pay him back. You've done something meaningless. The sixth fiend slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. His pupils suddenly changed color. The original black color turned red, and a strange pattern appeared on his pupils. It looked like a three-leaf clover, but it was a red three-leaf clover, and it felt very dangerous. Oh, Ling Xiao asked with a smile, "Why do you say that?" "Because you must die, so no matter what promise Her Majesty makes to you, the result will be the same." "That's not necessarily true." Ling Xiao smiled, as if there was nothing in this world that could worry him. Chapter 1454. Many people would be trembling in fear when facing an expert like the sixth malefic. However, Ling Xiao was actually able to laugh. Was he really not afraid at all? The sixth malefic was definitely stronger than the seventh malefic. Even in the Divine Phoenix Empire, where the rankings were set by the Emperor Lord, the rankings still had their own meaning. Furthermore, the rankings of the 7 malefic stars of the Black Crow Empire changed almost every month and were ranked according to their strength. You are very confident. Unfortunately, confidence can sometimes harm you. The sixth malefic smiled coldly as the red 3-leaf clover in his left eye revolved suddenly, and a strange spirit power suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt extreme danger in an instant. His body flickered as he executed the swift light technique and moved several hundred meters in the direction of the transportation array. The martialists following him had also moved a long distance in that direction. "Kid, are you afraid of that little girl's eye technique?" The Yuan Venerate's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. "I'm not afraid, but it's very interesting. I want to study it. However, Master, has the transportation array been set up?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's ready and can be used at any time. However, the destination is the depths of the primitive forest. You have to be mentally prepared. There are very terrifying creatures residing in the depths of the primitive forest. I feel that they are even more terrifying than those island masters." The Yuan Venerate reminded him, "Wouldn't that be like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's mouth?" Ling Xiao said bitterly, "That's not necessarily true. That creature should be in a deep slumber. You are just a fly to it. As long as you don't disturb it, there shouldn't be any danger," the Yuan Venerate said. "All right then. In that case, I'll choose the transportation array." Ling Xiao nodded. His conversation with the Yuan Venerate had been entirely through the use of his spirit power. Therefore, in the eyes of others, there was nothing suspicious. Ling Xiao wasn't actually afraid of the sixth malefic, as he was the nemesis of the sixth malefic. The sixth malefic was only proficient in spirit martial techniques. However, his soul power was even more powerful than what it looked like on the surface. However, once he killed the sixth malefic star, he would have to face more trouble. Therefore, the most important thing now was to escape from this damned place and deal with the primordial golden crow and primordial heavenly demon in his body. He had a feeling that as long as he could completely absorb and digest the 2 fighting spirits, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. "Raven Queen, your 6th bane is actually from the soul race. This soul martial art is strange and unfathomable. It's incomparably powerful. If you're not careful, you might fall for it. Don't you think you're making a mountain out of a molehill by asking her to deal with Ling Xiao?" Zhu Tianlin said with a smile. On the surface, he was praising the 6th jinx, but in fact, he was secretly reminding Ling Xiao how to guard against this 6th jinx. However, the 6th malefic star had yet to display the true power of his bloodline and martial soul. Zhu Tianlin couldn't even warn him. "Island Master Zhu, there's no need for you to waste your time. Even if you know about soul martial arts, it's still hard to guard against them. That's why it's so scary." Raven Queen sneered disdainfully. Ling Xiao cupped his fists towards Zhu Tianlin and said, "Island Master Zhu, although I don't know who your daughter is, I still have to thank Island Master Zhu." Zhu Tianlin said that Ling Xiao had saved his daughter. However, Ling Xiao had saved more than just 1 or 2 girls. How could he remember them so clearly? Perhaps it was just a slight effort, but in Zhu Tianlin's eyes, it was a life-saving grace. Today, he had specially come to help Ling Xiao out of his predicament. He could be considered repaying the favor. This person wasn't bad. Ling Xiao, do you dare to look into my eyes? The sixth malefic star said with a smile like a flower. At this moment, she had taken off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. Coupled with the influence of her powerful soul power, many martial artists who didn't have strong wills were dazed. So what if I look at you? Are you going to eat me? Ling Xiao naturally knew what the sixth malefic star wanted to do. This woman's eye technique was terrifying. In reality, she was a very ugly woman. However, due to the influence of her soul power, those who saw her would think that she had a peerless face. Everyone saw the sixth malefic star differently. They all saw the most perfect face in their hearts. Of course, if one's soul power was stronger than the sixth malefic star, they wouldn't be affected. Those Yin-Yang realm experts wouldn't be affected. Neither would Ji Huangtian. Zhong Yu Huangquan almost vomited. He had fallen for this woman's trick before. He thought that she had a peerless face and was the most perfect woman in his heart. That was why he pursued her. Today, his cultivation had increased, and his soul power had also increased. Only now did he realize that the woman he had pursued before was actually so ugly. He didn't feel good at all. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't affected either. In terms of soul power, even those Yin-Yang realm experts might not be able to suppress him, let alone the sixth malefic star. Ling Xiao stared at the sixth malefic star. His face was still indifferent, without any change in expression. The sixth malefic star was clearly stunned. Then, her face twitched violently. She sneered, "I didn't expect your will to be so firm. You aren't affected by my soul power. However, since you've seen my true face, you deserve to die even more." I deserve to die just because I see your face. Then why don't you kill Ji Huangtian, Zhong Yu Huangquan, and those Yin-Yang realm experts? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Is that your style? I'm bullying you because you're weak. So what? The sixth malefic star sneered and walked towards Ling Xiao. The strange aura around her was clearly getting stronger. As expected of the soul race, her soul power is really strong. Although Ling Xiao's will is firm, he's still not her match. Zhou Yun began to worry. After all, he had never seen Ling Xiao fight a soul race cultivator. Thus, he was still doubtful whether Ling Xiao could defeat the sixth malefic star. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly turned and fled. "Sixth malefic star, if you want revenge, catch me first." The cultivators following behind Ling Xiao also turned around and followed him into the distance. "You think you can escape? A bunch of idiots." Ji Ruolong sneered. The experts of the Ji family had set up powerful formations in a 10-kilometer radius. Moreover, there were experts guarding them. It would be strange if they could escape. The other Yin-Yang realm experts naturally knew this, so they didn't order their subordinates to give chase. Only the sixth malefic star followed. Everyone says that Ling Xiao is very smart, but in my opinion, he's a complete idiot. Ji Ying's father sneered. He's not stupid. He's just scared. This is called panicking and not choosing a path. Raven Queen also laughed. She felt that Ling Xiao was panicking, frightened by the sixth malefic star's powerful soul secret technique. Chapter 1455. The Raven Queen was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's reaction. Because Ling Xiao had run away, it meant that he was indeed afraid and did not dare to fight with the sixth malefic star. Don't be so sure. If you underestimate him, you'll be slapped in the face. The Changle ancestor chuckled. Even though he did not know why Ling Xiao did this, but when they were in the city of Sin, Ling Xiao's actions had always surprised him. He believed that this time It would definitely give him a surprise and give others a shock. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao and the others, who were charging at the front, suddenly disappeared. Even the sixth malefic star disappeared at the same time. What's going on? Ji Ruolong's face darkened. He did not expect this at all. Someone immediately went to check. After a while, he came back and reported, "Island Master, something bad has happened. Someone used our array and set up a new teleportation array. After they were teleported over, the teleportation array lost its effect." How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that Ling Xiao had helpers? Why didn't they notice? Ha ha ha, I was right, wasn't I? You people will be slapped in the face if you underestimate Ling Xiao. I heard that Ling Xiao was already good at all kinds of arrays when he was in the Yuehua school. You want to trap him with arrays? What a joke! The Changle ancestor laughed proudly. Ji Ruolong, the Raven Queen, and to be inconsolable all looked gloomy. Although they wanted to refute, they could not find any reason to do so. They had indeed been tricked by Ling Xiao. This was especially true for Ji Ruolong. He had simply suffered a double loss. He was an idiot to the extreme. You know where they went? Ji Ruolong asked. According to the teleportation array, they should be in the depths of the forest where that guy lives. That person hurriedly reported. What? Ji Ruolong sucked in a breath of cold air. Their Ji family had wanted to occupy this primitive forest many times and use it as a training ground for their Ji family disciples. However, every time they reached the depths, they would be chased out. Furthermore, they suffered heavy losses. Even if Yin Yang realm experts participated, it was useless. There was a terrifying fellow residing there, a fellow that absolutely could not be provoked. Obviously, the other Yin Yang realm experts also knew about this, so their expressions were somewhat complicated. Ling Xiao hid in the primitive forest. If he did not provoke that guy, he would not be in danger, but they could not go in because if they fought inside, it would be troublesome. Your Majesty, are we not going to chase after them? The warrior from the Black Crow Empire asked. There's no need. Didn't the sixth malefic star follow them in? It's not like you don't know her strength. Just wait. That Ling Xiao will be brought out as a corpse by her. Raven Queen shook her head and said, the sixth malefic star was from the Soul Clan and specialized in soul martial arts. During battle, she could kill her opponent silently, so the chances of alerting that terrifying existence was not high. At this moment, Raven Queen was not worried that the sixth malefic star could not kill Ling Xiao. Instead, she was only worried that the sixth malefic star would anger the overlord in the primitive forest. Ha! Since Ling Xiao has escaped into the primitive forest and is being chased by the Black Crow Empire's sixth malefic star, we can't just stay here and do nothing. Since so many people are here, shouldn't we talk about the immemorial divine demon and immemorial golden crow? To be inconsolable suddenly smiled and said, compared to killing Ling Xiao, she was more concerned about this matter. Ji Ruolong frowned and said, the people from the Black Water Fairy Island are not here yet. What's the hurry? Of everyone present, only he knew that the immemorial divine demon and immemorial golden crow should have been taken away by Ling Xiao through some means. But he did not want to say it because if he did, there would be many people fighting with him. Later, when the sixth malefic star killed Ling Xiao and brought the corpse out, he would think of a way to get his hands on Ling Xiao's corpse. Then, let's wait a little longer. To be inconsolable frowned and did not want to force it. After all, this was the sacred dynasty's island, the territory of the Ji family. If the Ji family was really anxious, they would do something desperate, and no one would have an easy time. Ji Mengmeng looked at the pitch-black primitive forest and was worried. Could Ling Xiao defeat the sixth malefic star? That girl is so beautiful, and so powerful. Why am I so useless? Since birth, Ji Mengmeng had been protected by her brother, so she rarely thought about cultivation. But at this moment, she had an epiphany. She understood that without strength, there was nothing. She swore that when she returned, she would cultivate desperately to protect herself and her brother. She would also be able to save the people she wanted to save. At this time, Ling Xiao and the others had already entered the depths of the primitive forest. Run for your lives. Remember, there is a powerful monster in this forest. Do not provoke it. Ling Xiao said to the warriors following him, "What about you, young hero Ling? I will stay and destroy the sixth malefic star. Otherwise, there will be no peace." Ling Xiao looked not far away and saw the sixth malefic star's figure drifting over. "Words cannot express my gratitude. After we leave here, we will go to the Heavenly Dragon Continent and join the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Goodbye." These warriors did not belong to any sect. They were wandering warriors. Today, Ling Xiao had saved them. They were grateful for Ling Xiao's magnanimity and decided to join the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Although they did not seem to have much power to resist the experts of the major factions. However, among these 300 people, there were several Grotto Heaven Realm warriors and a group of Celestial Realm warriors. The two elders of Huashan would definitely be the mainstay of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. After all, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's foundation was too weak. It would take too long to cultivate new warriors. With these people joining, they would naturally become stronger in a short time and help stabilize the Heavenly Dynasty's rule on the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Goodbye. Ling Xiao did not refute, nor did he have a reason to. On the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire not only had to face the counterattack of the Sea Race at any time, but also had to deal with those sects and factions that were unconvinced of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire and wanted to overthrow it. It was undoubtedly excellent to have the help of these experts. The sixth malefic star did not stop everyone from leaving. She only had one target, and that was Ling Xiao. "Can you escape?" The sixth malefic star said indifferently, "I have already escaped." Ling Xiao also said indifferently, "Escaped? That's right. I chose to escape to avoid those Yin-Yang Realm warriors. Do you think I am afraid of you?" Ling Xiao said with a chuckle, "You are really annoying. There are so many beasts fighting in the forest. I can control them at will. Can you really defeat my soul's secret technique?" The sixth malefic star looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. This person's words could always suffocate people to death. It was very infuriating. She wanted to tear this guy's mouth apart and make him unable to speak. "You can try." Ling Xiao smiled. From the moment he faced the sixth malefic star until now, there was no fear in his eyes. Chapter 1456. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat the six jinx. What he said just now was the truth. There was no need for him to run when facing the sixth jinx alone. "You didn't have to die, but you insisted on coming with us." As Ling Xiao spoke, his left eye gradually changed. The originally pitch-black pupil transformed into the Taiji eye. The black and white were so distinct that it seemed to contain the essence of the entire mystic world. This was a cold eye. It was an eye that could see through any mystery. All this time, Ling Xiao had only used the Taiji eye to execute soul judgment. He had never truly unleashed the full power of the Taiji eye. There was no need for that. However, today he was facing the sixth jinx, Espirita's woman. He planned to defeat her with his powerful soul power. The cold eyes were black like the deep night, and white like the bright day. Night and day, light and darkness, they perfectly matched at this moment. Ling Xiao seemed to have become a different person. All the moves of the light and shadow profundities had been raised to a higher level. The power of light and shadow had also become stronger. This was the enhancement of the Taiji eye and his soul power. The sixth Jinx looked at the eye and felt a sense of fear from the bottom of her heart. In her shock, her eyes shone with an even more powerful and strange light. She had the bloodline of the Spiritas, so she had awakened the three-leaf demonic eyes. Four-leaf demonic eyes were the strongest in this eye technique. Most Spiritas could only awaken one or two leaves. However, she had awakened 3 leaves. This was enough to show how talented she was. However, at this moment, her confidence was shaken when facing Ling Xiao. She released a terrifying demonic light in an attempt to disturb Ling Xiao's mind. However, she gave up after a moment. Her demonic light couldn't affect Ling Xiao's mind at all. It didn't even make Ling Xiao feel a trace of fear. Instead, when she saw the Taiji, she felt as though she was being sucked in. Hence, she hurriedly retracted her demonic light. I didn't expect you to have an eye technique as well. It's a pity that you only have one eye. Can it compare to my 2 eyes? The sixth fiend did his best to calm himself down. His tri-leaf demon eyes flashed, and he suddenly closed in on Ling Xiao. Although the speed was very fast, Ling Xiao felt that he should have no problem dodging this attack. He lightly moved his feet and easily dodged the sixth fiend's attack. But at that moment, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. A very strong sense of danger suddenly came over him. The Taiji eye spun, and Ling Xiao caught sight of a black shadow. Relying on his innate intuition, he once again forcefully moved his body. It was this slight movement that saved his life. A cold light flashed, and Ling Xiao's right hand was directly cut off. Although the bleeding had stopped in an instant, the intense pain almost made him cry out. What happened? Ling Xiao's expression didn't change, but he was very confused. He had clearly dodged the sixth fiend's attack, but he was still injured, and his right hand was directly cut off. His body hadn't been injured like this in a long time, although this kind of injury wasn't a problem for him, who had cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique, and he could recover quickly. But if he couldn't figure out how the sixth fiend had injured him, he would probably be injured again and again. He picked up his hand and reattached it to his wrist. A moment later, his meridians were reconnected, and his injury began to heal faster. But right now, he probably wouldn't be able to use his right hand for a day or 2. He sighed and put his right hand behind his back. It seems that you only know how to talk big. I thought you were really capable. The sixth fiend looked at Ling Xiao's unusable right hand and sneered. You seem to have forgotten one thing. You must have used up a lot of energy in the battle with the seventh fiend just now. Even if you could fight with me for a period of time at your peak, but now you don't have the qualifications to compete with me at all. Next time, your left hand will be cut off. Let's see how you fight. A smug smile appeared on the sixth fiend's face. At first, she had been intimidated by Ling Xiao's terrifying Tai Chi eye, but after fighting for a while, she realized that she had been overthinking things. Perhaps her opponent wasn't as strong as she thought. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just looked at the sixth fiend indifferently, as if losing his right hand was meaningless to him. Break. The sixth fiend once again approached Ling Xiao. But this time, Ling Xiao chose to speed up and escape. Before he figured out his opponent's moves, he wouldn't be stupid enough to stand there and fight to the death. After all, he was the one at a disadvantage. The sixth fiend was much stronger than the seventh fiend. Combined with his terrifying eye techniques, he was even more ferocious. Ling Xiao had been fighting for a long time before this. Not only had he fought the seventh fiend, but he'd also fought Nansha, Jiying, and the others. He'd used the Human King's power twice in a row. As a result, He had used up a lot of energy. Facing the sixth fiend, he felt that he might have to use all his trump cards today. But before that, he had to figure out his opponent's moves. Running? Let's see where you can run to. The sixth fiend was hot on his heels, although she wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao. But she was full of energy and internal energy. It was only a matter of time before she caught up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was getting slower and slower. What are you thinking? Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was rushing forward, turned around and laughed. A shadow all pierced through the air. Speed, timing, and accuracy were all almost perfect. Under normal circumstances, the sixth fiend shouldn't have been able to dodge this attack. But strangely, the shadow all had missed. In that instant, Ling Xiao saw the sixth fiend's body teleport. This guy can teleport? Impossible. If he really could, he wouldn't be so obediently chasing after me. What's going on? Ling Xiao sped up again. This attack was only a test because he wanted to figure out the sixth fiend's situation. But he didn't know that this attack had almost scared the sixth fiend out of her wits. Damn guy, he really is cunning. It seems that I have to be careful when chasing after him. Fortunately, I have that kind of martial soul. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, I would be seriously injured. Muttering to herself, the sixth fiend actually slowed down, keeping a safe distance from Ling Xiao. Strange, he dodged so easily. Why is he afraid of my attack? Ling Xiao turned around to take a look, feeling even more confused. One more time. A wicked smile appeared on Ling Xiao's lips. A black shadow quickly approached the sixth fiend under the cover of a tree. Void, shadow crocodile. This was the best move for a sneak attack. Teleportation again.